Welcome to Today at Keeneland. It is Sunday, April 24th. Gabby Gaudette, Scott Hazelton with you for the next 30 minutes as we'll dive into the race card, reflect on yesterday. But today, one of our favorite days here at Keeneland Racecourse as we celebrate those that serve and have served and protect this country. It is Military Day here at Keeneland Racecourse.
And all the sacrifices that they make as well. Scott, do you have any family members that served?
I do not. Our family, they were all cowboys for the most part. They did not serve, but my wife's family did, and we thank them for their service and the families that sacrifice alongside those that serve.
My cousin, he served, I think, 2 tours in Iraq and a tour in Afghanistan, and my grandfather was also in the Army, buried at Arlington National Cemetery. So I know how important our military members are, and we're so appreciative of your service.
We've got quite a bit of activities over the course of the day. They've already begun, starting a few hours ago, or hour and a half ago, I should say. But the flag rollout, make sure you make a point to come out following race number 4 to the front side. It's at 2:35 approximately for the flag rollout. It's beautiful. Make sure you snap photos, post them on your favorite social media outlets, and let's celebrate together Military Day today here at Keeneland Racecourse. As far as yesterday, before we get to yesterday, let's take a look at the jockey trainer standings. It's going to be tight finishes. This is what we've seen in these recent meetings here at Keeneland Racecourse. Tyler Gaffleone with a 1-win edge over Irad Ortiz Jr., and Wesley still maintaining a 2-length advantage in the trainer standings.
Tyler, he's had a couple of really nice days. I feel like Irad Ortiz has really maintained, he's been consistent from beginning until now. And Luis Saez really picked up a lot of steam, I would say, in the last couple of race days. Kind of similar situation for Wesley Ward. He didn't have the hottest opening week, but he's definitely changed that in the past couple of racing days. And there are your leaders for jockey and trainers. We'll see how it all changes as we have today, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday left.
Yeah, 4 more days left. As far as the jockey standings, Tyler Gaffleone, he's got 8 opportunities today. Luis Saez has 5, Irad with 5, Flavian Pratt with 3. So that's just a note there as far as the top standings, at the top of the standings, rather, in the jockey run for leading jock and leading trainer. All right, let's go back to yesterday. You got rolling yesterday.
I did.
Turned things around, and this was your best angle. Nevesian Sunrise went wire to wire on the grass.
She's
race 5.
Really nice filly. She was stakes placed. She won an allowance race yesterday, but impressive. Talk about impressive. Casa de Goat. This filly was unleashed by Brad Cox yesterday. Homebred for Elm Racing. Definitely want to pay attention to her. She's going to be facing Graded Stakes Company in the future. And then Market Rumor. We had a lot of close finishes yesterday, and this was one of them. It
was. The favorite just came up short. Market Rumor getting the victory for Ian Wilkes. Scalding getting the victory on the outside there. He is the number 7 horse for Shug McGahee in the Ben Ally, kicking on and winning that race with Javier Castellano in town to ride. That's, 4 consecutive victories, I believe, for Scalding. Back-to-back Grade 3 victories for Scalding as well. And then how about the old boy, Channel Maker, Luis Saez, aboard Keeneland sales graduate, champion turf horse from 2020, returns to top form and sets a stakes record in the Elkhorn.
He's such a funny horse because he has the same way of going each and every time.
That head up high.
He holds his head high up. And even in the win picture, I saw a couple of pictures posted online, and he's just like so proud of himself. He's almost like a deer, just kind of like looking at everything. But Luis Saez, he really rode him. It wasn't what you would think would be a textbook ride because it was a wide race. He was wide throughout, but he rode the horse how he likes to be ridden.
Stayed out of his way.
That's it.
That's what he did, and let Channel Maker do his thing, and he did it. So that was a look back at a beautiful Saturday yesterday here at Keeneland Racecourse. We've got 9 races ahead of us here this afternoon. Before we dive into our handicapping, let's go to WKYT for this afternoon's weather.
Well, good morning, everyone. If you're heading out to Keeneland, of course, keep in mind it's going to be another gorgeous day with a mix of sun and clouds. We'll see temperatures move well into the 80s. Once again, right about 80 degrees here in Lexington. We're likely to see a mix of sun and clouds with more clouds, of course, expanding as we get into the end of the day. Of course, that will go for our next cold front that will come into your Monday. But it's going to be a great day at Keeneland. The track's going to be dry, and I hope you all have a great day. I'm WKYT First Alert Meteorologist Allie Blake.
So much of the same this weekend. Warm conditions here yesterday and today. We're expected to get a little bit of rain tomorrow. And I think then the rest of the week, as far as closing week, we're going to be good. It's going to be cooler, but I don't think there's any rain forecast on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday.
I hope not. I think next week is going to feel like a traditional spring weather, whereas this weekend's kind of felt like summer.
Let's get to our full card picks for this afternoon. Make sure you download the Keeneland Race Day app. That's how you can stay current on our selections each and every day. It's available on your favorite smart device, whether it be your smartphone or tablet. And there is not a single race that we have a common top selection.
That has been unusual for this meet. I feel like we've agreed on a couple of race days, but we are completely all over the place today. And I'm not surprised because when I was handicapping this card, I thought that there were many ways to go. But like I said yesterday, I was in the zone.
Oh, today's the day you're in the zone.
Today's the day.
And you had a good day yesterday. You had 3 top pick winners, 3 wins from your second selection and 2 from your third selection.
I don't want to jinx myself, but I just felt good handicapping this card.
All right. So take advantage of these selections here today, and we'll remind you of them through each race with our paddock coverage and frontside coverage as well. Social media at Keeneland Racing on Twitter, Facebook followers. Give us a follow on Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram same at Keeneland, and TVG2. Download the Watch TVG app on your favorite connected device on your television, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Apple TV, because today at Keeneland comes at you each and every race day here from Keeneland Racecourse via TVG2. So if you don't have TVG2 in your home, make sure you download it right now. I mentioned this yesterday. It's a great tool to get ready for the Kentucky Derby, which is coming up very quickly. We are less than 2 weeks away from the first Saturday in May, and there's a lot of tools that you'll take advantage of on-demand features as well as other features, on-demand features as far as looking back at key prep races via the Watch TVG app. So make sure you download it, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Apple TV. Our featured event, the Scartine, it's race number 7 on today's card. Here's a look at the field. The 1A is a scratch. The 1 does go Mr. Hustle, Divine Leader, and Jammer's Justice on the outside. Also scratched. The number 13 does draw in, and that's where Joel Rosario lands in there. And there is a rider change on the 9, Make It Irad Ortiz Jr. on Haunt, as Joel gave first preference to High Crime. But as far as my top selection in this event, Oceanic is where I landed. 7-11-2, as you can see at the bottom of the screen. This is a Jordan Blair gelding by Constitution, who's 1 for 1 here at Keeneland Racecourse. We'll go back to his race on the 5th of March at Tampa Bay Downs. That was his most recent effort, where he was able to go gate to wire, going 5/8 of a mile. And you can see he's in cruise control really throughout most of this race. He is just naturally quick. The half mile is insanely fast, 43-1. If he's able to run this kind of a race, I think he's going to be ultra dangerous out on the front end. Julian Leperoux is phenomenal on the turf course. There's a gentleman who throws stats at me via Twitter, and he's very good. He told me that Julian Leperoux sits second all time as far as turf victories here at Keeneland, behind Pat Day. And Julian, this is his place as far as the turf course is concerned. So Oceanic on top. The 11-horse Inhalation for Ed Vaughn. This is a horse that we saw some good performances from him last year at Colonial. He's been running in some difficult company. I think getting back to grass will be a big plus for him off of that synthetic try at Turfway Park. And then finally down on the inside, the number 2 horse Maven. He had no chance in that last race last October here at Keeneland. Broke through the front of the gate. He was declared a non-starter at the end of the day because of what happened there. So he's a horse that we've seen run big races in the past. He's 2 for 3 here at Keeneland Racecourse and gets down on the inside, and that's where Irad's going to be. So 7-11-2 in today's featured event, 5.5 furlongs on the turf.
I go to a horse that you use in your top 3, but the 11 Inhalation for Ed Vaughn, and we'll take you back to his race at Colonial Downs. This was back in August, where he closed from off the pace and got the victory. Scott, the biggest thing for him is to get out of the gate. When you look at his past performances, broke slowly, bit slow start, hopped at the start, off slow. But he is really talented, and he can win this race if he gets out of the gate. I'm happy to see Adam Beschizza back in the saddle because he's ridden this horse several times before in the past. He knows him. He knows probably his idiosyncrasies getting out of the gate, and hopefully they can remedy that situation later today. He'll probably be sitting maybe mid-pack and close from off of it. So he's my top pick. I also like the number 8 horse underneath, 7 Cents. First off the claim for Brad Cox. Carl Broberg was training this horse. They put him in for an optional claiming race last time out. He was scooped up for $80,000 by Brad Cox, but he's been running some very fast figures. He's already a stakes-winning turf sprinter, and I thought he was a must-use. And then obviously Maven, who is another one that kind of needs to get out of the gate because he does his best work on the lead, on the front end. He posted a 104 Beyer speed figure right here at Keeneland back in 2021 of April during the spring meet last year. So he's really good when he's at his best. I don't know in terms of the pick 3 or the turf pick 3 or the late pick 4. I mean, some people might have an aggressive approach and try to single Maven, but I thought it was a little bit more wide open than that.
I 100% agree. It is a tough little race, and let's go to Tom Leach for more on this feature.
Jeff Hiles going to put the saddle on Natural Power in the allowance feature. Tell me about the Shakertown. Any excuse, or was that just a tough group?
First, it was a really tough group. We probably went against probably the best sprinter in the world right now. And then on top of it, he likes a little harder turf, and we had some rain. It got real soft, and he couldn't make a big run like he's used to doing, like he did down there at Gulfstream.
What's the key to getting his best effort?
I think he needs to be a little bit closer, but yet far enough back to where he can chase the pace, and they're going to have to come back to him a little bit.
Those 2 wins down in Florida, did you notice some improvement from him from last year?
Oh, absolutely. But if you go back and watch his races from last year, he never got beat too far. I can't believe they let him go off at 45-1.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
It's Jeff Hiles, and he's going to saddle Natural Power in the allowance feature.
Coming back for a second time this meet, faced Golden Pal, and as he said, Golden Pal, that he's just a freak show. There's no other way of putting it, as he'll be en route to Royal Ascot come late June in the Grade 1, Group 1 King's Stand. All right, let's move into our key races of the day, and race number 8 is where I will begin. Exact Estimate is the 7-2 morning line favorite. That's a first-time starter by Into Mischief for Chad Brown. He's a half-brother to the graded stakes winner, Tis a Magician, I think a name that many will be familiar with, that my racehorse owned horse. Scratch the number 9 horse in this spot. I like the 7 in here. And Anarchist is a runner for Chris Davis. And remember a few weeks back, it might have been this week or last week, whatever it was, when Chris Davis commented on how he had 2 really nice 3-year-olds and he wanted to keep them apart. I have a feeling that this is one of them. This is a colt by Distorted Humor who put together a strong effort on debut at Tampa Bay Downs. We're going to take you back to it. And he debuted going 7 furlongs, ended up finishing second from an inside draw. He sat close to the pace, the horse out in front of him, he's not going to be able to catch. But if he comes on from this, and love the pedigree, love the Distorted Humor, is one of the best stallions that we've had in this game out here in Central Kentucky for quite a long time. If he takes a step forward off of this race, I have a feeling that he's due for a big one. You can see how easy the winner won, and you can see how clear he was of the third-place finisher, and they went fast in there. And to debut going 7 furlongs, we've said it time and time again, it's not an easy distance to do so. So I've got him on top. Kingmaker the 3 for Ron Marquette, coming up from Oaklawn Park. Going to take the blinkers off today, split the difference, debuted 6 furlongs, then a mile going 2 turns, cut that in half, at least shave a furlong off, and go 7 furlongs here today. And he should be fit and ready to go. And then Exact Estimate, the first-time starter for Chad Brown with Flavian in the saddle. So 7-3-2 in race number 8, maiden special weight race worth $100,000.
That's a good one. I'm going to take us to a little bit earlier in the day. Race 3 is a first-level allowance race. This one, $110,000 is the purse. 1.5 miles on the turf course. We've seen a couple of these 1.5 mile races over the course of the meet, and I think each and every time they're a little bit tricky, but you always have to consider class. There are no scratches in this field of 8, full field intact, and the favorite is the 6 McLovin at 2-1.
That's the right angle. Snap the photo. Go ahead. That's the spot. Right there.
There we go. Nice. All right. She got it. She got a good angle. I wasn't even looking at that. Good call. Okay. Just trying to get my thoughts together. Danville is the horse I go to. He hasn't had a lot of opportunity to go longer distances on the turf, but I actually think it's exactly what he wants to do. We'll take you back to his the longest race that he's run, and that was 2 starts back at the fairgrounds, 1 mile and 3/8 over that good listed turf course, and he ran really well. I mean, considering that this horse was 18-1, he rated from off of the pace nicely and then made his move. Unfortunately, he was just beaten by a better horse that day in Jimmy Dan, but you can see him really laying it all down, coming down the stretch. And to me, I think this is where he's best, because at shorter distances, Scott, he just doesn't possess a lot of early speed. He needs everything to kind of go his way, closed, avoid traffic, have a hot pace in front of him. But at longer distances, as we saw, he has the ability to maybe sit a more tactical trip. And I think at 1.5 miles, that's exactly what's going to happen, especially with Jimmy Graham in the saddle. He's not going to be as fast as the one Common Bond on the rail. I do think that's probably the speed of the race, but he shouldn't be too far off of it. I did include McLovin. You have to consider him. He is a horse that I think kind of turned it around last time out for Arnaud Delacour. And then the number 4, Giroux, for trainer Mike Maker. Blinkers going on. We talk about this time and time again. Mike Maker, 1.5 mile turf races, you just always have to use them.
Yeah, he knows how to get him fit and keep him running with that stamina. So that is a look at our key races. Let's go to Trip Note Pros. Make sure you're taking advantage of this at Keeneland.com/Trip Note Pros. Fantastic trip notes on all the runners each and every race day. Hours upon hours of work go into this each and every day for your benefit. And we'll start with race number 1, John's Protege. On the 12th of March at Turfway Park, checked backwards out of a tight in-between position on the backstretch, losing 2 to 3 lengths and 2 positions, and did well to recover before flattening. Trouble not noted in the past performances, bad spots, jockey improvement, jockey upgrade, as well as improvement. So look for the 5 in race number 1. We'll remind you of this in our lead up to race number 1 as well. And then also go to race number 3, Common Bond, another Turfway runner, or last race Turfway. He made a huge move down the backstretch and then got completely stymied, losing back all ground that he had just made up. He recovered well before galloping out in front. Big trouble not in PPs, and past performances in gallop out was strong and best in that race. So race 1, John's Protege. Race 3, Common Bond. Trip Note Pros. Make sure you're taking advantage of this. It's free once you sign up. Keeneland.com/Trip Note Pros. Clocker report.
Yeah. So 2 days ago, I know we're still stuck on this, but if you give out one 24-1 winner during the meet, you're done.
Yeah.
Right?
You owe nobody anything.
I mean, that's
what
it.
they did.
And I feel like everybody had that horse.
Shannon in the nightcap.
Shannon, 2 days ago.
Race 8, exact estimate, working a 1/2 mile in 48-3, as far as well prepared for debut. 2 local works, very good in company and strong pedigree, and it's Chad Brown. So exact estimate in race number 8. And then we go to race number 9, Amiche. Worked a 1/2 mile in 48-2, 9th best of 71 on the 11th of April. Off since troubled start at Fairgrounds, versatile sort from excellent barn trainer, 20% with a horse coming off of a 60 to 180 day layoff. So race 8 to 2, race 9 to 10. You can also check out the full clocker report at Keeneland.com.
I actually love that horse today.
Which one?
Amiche.
Amiche.
That's my top pick, and the 9th. I loved Navisian Sunrise yesterday. The more I looked at race 9, I love Amiche, and I love the fact that it's a Clocker report pick.
And you're dialed in today.
Love.
Today's the day for Gabby Gaudette to break out after a hot day yesterday. All right, late pick 4 time. Let's dive into the ticket that I've crafted for you. $27 ticket, primarily using 3 in each of these legs, starting in race number 6.
She's still taking pictures, and this time she's
We got a new
like
shooter
Vanna
here.
White. She's like Vanna Whiting the Breeders' Cup trophy.
Yeah. Everybody's got to snap a photo of the Breeders' Cup statue that travels to the location of that particular year's World Championships, which it'll be back here in November. So race number 6, the 1, Myra, for Phil Sims. I feel like Phil Sims always has one that targets this meet. I think this is the one for the barn in this 50 claimer. Fire on Time for Dale Romans on the drop down in class. The number 7 horse Fabricate for Jose D'Angelo comes out of a live race, finishing 3rd in that one. Then 2, 7, and 11 in that very contentious turf event, that featured turf race. I think you could even go a little bit deeper if you want to in there. As far as race number 8, just the 2 and the 7 horse in here. Exact estimate and the 7 horse Anarchist. I think that that'll be good enough to get us past the 3rd leg. And then in the nightcap, 2, 4, and 9. Petrichor, the Frankel colt, comes in from France for Juddmonte. Caught nothing but soft ground in 4 runs over there. Frankel was a freak, we know that, but he was a fast ground runner. He almost got beat in his final start because of the ground in the Champions Day. So this horse should improve. Moving on to fast ground today, I'm talking about the 2 in race number 9, and Dancili on the dam side. Juddmonte's made a habit of bringing Dancili bloodlines to the United States, and Garrett O'Rourke pointed this information in my direction a couple of years ago. The Dancilis really move forward on fast ground, so I think Petrichor moves forward today. Urban Fairy Tale for Ian Wilkes off the layoff, and then the number 9 horse, Abscond, for Eddie Keneally. And I guess you throw the 10 in there too if you want to in race number 9 because of your thoughts there. Are they TikToking now?
There's something going on with the Breeders' Cup statue, but we'll take you to the pick 3, the Turf pick 3. Again, a $3 base wager, so my play is $54. I'm just hoping that I was spot on with my handicapping, and I'm using my top 3 in race 5, top 3 race 7, and just my top 2 in race 9. The 5th race is that mile and a 16th race. Sweet Serenade is the one for Roger Atfield. I just think she'll have the ability to get covered up on the rail today. The 3 Fair Great Game for Vicky Oliver, a good comeback race. Last time out, I think she's just kind of figured out how to win, how to run, how to be a racehorse, and she can continue her win streak. The number 9, Undisturbed, is the pace, and I think we'll like the distance. As we move along to the 7th race, that 5.5 for Turf.
Don't lose it. Don't lose it on me. It's too early in the day.
Furlong Turf Sprint. Maven, I'm using, as well as the 8, 7 Cents, and the 11, Inhalation. And then we get to the final leg of the sequence, the 2 and the 9 in race 9. 2 and 10, excuse me. Amiche is that horse that I really like, but I'm also using Petrichor because of the connections you mentioned. Bill Mott, Juddmonte Homebred, Joel Rosario. This one could be anything.
All right. Don't forget about that Turf Pick 3. We'll remind you of it and also how to play it. Make sure you look for it as its own event if you're playing on the self-service terminals, or ask for it by name if you're playing with a teller. Race 5 is going to be my best angle of the day. Race 5 at a mile and a 16th on turf, second level allowance condition for fillies and mares, and Sweet Serenade draws the inside for Roger Atfield, coming off of a run behind Always Shopping in the Via Borghese in that last race on the 31st of December. I like posting up in here. 6/1 is going to be the idea. An ice cold exacta. Shout out to Dave Weaver. Posting up for Cherie DeVoe, I think, is built up to this race. We've seen this horse consistently run well, and this is the most recent start from her as she ends up finishing second, only beaten a half of a length at 4-1 behind Russian Mafia. But she comes back here to Keeneland for the second time in her career. The only other time that we saw her was on debut, but she's clearly developed quite a bit since that debut effort. I think that Johnny Velasquez will have her in a perfect spot, which should be up close to the pace in the end. But she just gets beat there, and I think that posting up, like I said before, has built up to this race. So give me 6/1. Ice cold, $10 exacta. You can play it for $1. You can play it for $100 or whatever you want to do. But that's the idea in race number 5.
All right, I'm going to take us to the 6th race, 7 furlongs on the main track, $50,000 conditional claiming event. The 2, Fire on Time, is the favorite, but I take us to the rail mare, not filly, mare, the 1, Maira, for Phil Sims. This mare has been running on the synthetic, and we'll show you her last race. This was at Turfway, where she finished 3rd. Now, when you look at her career as a whole, she's gone back and forth between running on the synthetic at Turfway and running on the main track at Indiana Grand. On average, her races on the dirt are so much faster than her races on the synthetic. So despite, this performance, I thought it was good. She finished 3rd by a half length. She comes back to the main track, and she faces arguably the easiest competition that she has faced in her career, and I think she's a better dirt horse. So I love the opportunity with her today. She's not slow either, so it's not like she has to work out a trip from last. She should be able to stalk the pace at this distance at 7/8, and again, another one that's turning back. So I'm going to key her in an exacta over the 2 on Fire on Time, who is the favorite, and the 7 horse Fabricate for Jose D'Angelo, who comes out of the race against his Splendid News, who we saw win again here for Wesley Ward. So that's the play, best angle in the 6th.
Let's go to Tom Leach. He's got his long shot pick of this Sunday card.
Long shot on the Sunday card comes in race 6. We'll try Blossom Road, the 5-horse, at 12-1. Michelle Lovell claimed this horse last year. Tried her going long on the turf. Neither worked well. She's back to sprinting now. I think she has more speed than she showed last time. If you look back to her races last year, Lovell does good work with sprinters. And I think Blossom Road coming off the fairground circuit, the only horse in the race making that move. I think those races might have been tougher than what the others have been facing. And at 12-1, let's take a shot with Blossom Road.
Today's a pivotal day in the old side bet segment of Today Keeneland. You can't lose again, can you? Right?
Sometimes you're the bug and sometimes you're the windshield. And I'm the bug and you're the windshield right now.
If I win, it's guaranteed to be a tie. Or at least a tie. The worst we can do, worst I can do is a tie. Best you can do is a tie.
We'll see what happens today. But next week I'm going to have to be strategizing for a Hail Mary.
You're locked in today, though. But we want to focus in on the tight race in the jockey standings.
Okay.
So Tyler Gaffleone has 8 rides. Irad has 5. Luis Saez has 5. So I say we take Tyler versus Luis/Irad. So do you want Tyler or do you want Irad and Luis Saez?
I'm going to go with Tyler.
So Tyler's 8.
Oh, hold on, real quick. Do we have time?
Yes.
I was walking in and I followed Luis Saez into the track. Is that like a sign?
That's one of the racetrack superstitions. The first person that you see at the track that's trainer jockey that you go in that direction. I don't know. I'm leaving it up to you.
That's kind of crazy. I never see jockeys walking into the track because they're, we're on different schedules.
Sure.
I'm going to go with Louis and what was the other one? Irad.
Irad. Okay, so Saez and Irad versus Tyler. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Do or die today. Gabby says she's locked in, so we'll see how it goes. You were locked in yesterday. You had a good day, as mentioned.
Yeah, but
3
I
wins.
had more top picks, but lost the side bet.
I know.
So
This dynamic one came through for me. Warrant was kind of a no-show in the end, in the Ben Ally.
Not Warrant, Proxy.
Oh, that's right, Proxy. Excuse me. And both were, unfortunately. That's it. Enjoy Military Day for Gabby M. Scott. Enjoy today, Keeneland. With all eyes on the Bluegrass this spring, there's no better way to take in the action than Friday, April 29th at Keeneland.
And they're off. We get into it with hip number 1. Good luck.
Featuring a day filled with world-class racing, followed by a unique sales experience in the evening. The April Horses of Racing Age sale. After the races on closing day of the spring meet. Follow the action this April to Keeneland.
Come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart, the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale May 9th.
When it comes to electrified vehicles, nobody has more models than Toyota. From the Prius that started it all, to America's best-selling car, Camry, and best-selling SUV, RAV4, to the affordably efficient Corolla and best-selling Highlander. And now, the first-ever Tundra Hybrid that delivers 437 horsepower and an estimated 22 miles per gallon. They all come with a 10-year, 150,000-mile battery warranty. For all the latest offers, go to buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Keeneland. We direct your attention to the paddock where Sergeant Norberto Sablin and the United States Marine Corps Color Guard from Military Police Company Alpha, 4th Law Enforcement Battalion in Lexington, will be presenting the colors for today's ceremonies. Keeneland is delighted to welcome Dr. Everett McCorvey, worldwide performer, director, and executive producer of University of Kentucky Opera Theater. Dr. McCorvey will perform the national anthem. Please rise for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Lisa Spalding from the ticket office as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Lisa. Ladies and gentlemen, Keeneland is proud to honor our military men and women who served or are serving and their families. We welcome these families to join us in the North Terrace for lunch provided by Papa John's and children's activities from now until 4 p.m.
This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and Life Members Room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
ready for a start. They're off. There goes American Mandate quickly out for the lead. Spycraft comes away running in the second position. Yes, he can. Comes out third down toward the inside. Coppertown fourth up on the outside and is followed by Relentless Dancer between horses and Silent Movies, who is at the back 5 lengths off the lead. American Mandate is the leader. American Mandate leads it by 3/4 of a length over to the far turn. Spycraft second, the same margin. Yes, he can. Coppertown to the outside of that one now moves up into third. Further back, Relentless Dancer, Silent Movies side by side at the back, 22.76 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. American Mandate, the leader. Spycraft draws alongside. Coppertown seeks to join them a length off the front pair and moving up in the center of the racetrack. And now Relentless Dancer has to swing 4 wide. Yes, he can. Looks for room from in behind horses as they turn for home. Coppertown, Relentless Dancer on the far outside. American Mandate to the inside. Spycraft fights on. Yes, he can. Now has some running room. Let's see what he can do from here. 1 lane off the rail. Relentless Dancer's out in the center of the track. Has a narrow lead. Coppertown there. Yes, he can. Needs to find more. Still third. Relentless Dancer's kicking on with a widening lead. Relentless Dancer, Luis Saez, move on for the finish. Relentless Dancer to win the opener. Close for second. Yes, he can. Or Coppertown for the runner-up spot. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 3, Relentless Dancer, owned by Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Proscia. They are at the post. And they're off. Dom Gervasio was off a step slowly. There goes Lawmaker. Lawmaker out for the lead. Last Train to Boston kicks into the inside. Travis, Rum and Tonic up close. And then Uptown Hustler out in the center of the course, who runs along in 5th here in the early going. Atros is in between horses in 6th. Say It Loud is 7th on to the far turn. Mustazid stays outward from the rail in the 8th spot, about 6 lengths from the front now, followed by Floyd G, who's 9th toward the inside. Dom Gervasio is last of the 10, 22.18 seconds for the opening quarter. Last Train to Boston, leading Rum and Tonic by 3/4 of a length, a gap of 2. Travis is in 3rd toward the inside. Say It Loud 4th against the rail as they turn for home. Atros is 5th and trying to pick up the leaders from the outside. It is still Last Train to Boston, Rum and Tonic, Atros, Say It Loud tries to find an opening with Travis, but Atros is running on by in the center of the course. Atros, Rafael Bejarano, a widening 3-length lead. Back to Say It Loud, Travis. It is Atros to win it. Say It Loud was home second. It's going to be close for third, either Travis or Mustazid. Keeneland's second race, the Blandford Stud, number 4, Atros, owned by Oliver Racing Stable of Victoria and Philip Oliver, Vicky Oliver, the trainer, and Rafael Bejarano, the winning jockey. And they're off. There goes Dark Timber. Dark Timber from the far outside is out running for the early lead. Quickly gets to the front, starts to angle down toward the rail. Dark Timber leads it by a length and a half. Coffee with Alex sneaks up the inside into the second position and will hug the rail and occupy that spot right to the inside of Dark Timber, who stays a lane off the rail, has the lead by just a neck over to the far turn. Oncoming Train is 3rd, just 2.5 lengths off the lead. Liberty Star 4th on the outside of that one. Hatch is 5th. Dixie's 2 Stints is in 6th position. Danzel is in 7th. Wellman last of the 8. 22.63 seconds the time for the opening quarter. And Dark Timber now clear with the lead. Has opened up by 3 lengths on Coffee with Alex, 2.5 length. Liberty Star, 3rd up on the outside. 1/4 mile to go. Hatch swings wide in 4th. Still 6 from the front. Dark Timber, the leader. Hatch is running up on the outside, 2nd, still 3 lengths away. Dixie's 2 Stints had to change lanes from the inside, swing to the far outside, and his 3rd, Liberty Star 4th. Dixie's 2 Stints coming on for the lead. Hatch has gone to 2nd, Dark Timber, then Liberty Star. Dixie's 2 Stints in front. Rafael Bejarano, 2nd winner on the card. Dixie's 2 Stints, the winner. Hatch was home 2nd. Liberty Star was across the line 3rd. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 1, Dixie's 2 Stints, owned by Redham Racing LLC of J. Paul Redham. The trainer, Doug O'Neill, back-to-back wins on the card for jockey Rafael Bejarano. Dixie's 2 Stints, a 4-year... First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Baby Blue Eyes out for the early lead. Bayou Wind is there, and here comes Oaxaca moving up on the outside. Forever Home comes away running in fourth. Oaxaca moves up from the outside and puts ahead in front heading into the first turn. Baby Blue Eyes is there to the inside, but second. Forever Home is third around the first turn. Jewel of a Kid fourth up on the outside. Bayou Wind is shuffled against the rail back into the fifth spot just in front of Emerald, who is sixth. Wiley, three wide off the first turn in seventh. Classy Miss is eighth. Frosted Diamond is in ninth. Salih is in 10th. A gap of 5 more lengths back to Lantern's Candy, who is last for the move up the backstretch. 23.12 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Oaxaca against the rail leads at a half length. And then Baby Blue Eyes, who's second, 3/4 of a length in between horses. Forever Home, third up on the far outside, a length and a half. Bayou Wind is fourth by a neck. Jewel of a Kid, fifth on her outside. That first half mile, 47.84 seconds. Over to the far turn they go, stacking up 3 across the track for the lead. Forever Home far outside. Baby Blue Eyes between horses. Oaxaca still there toward the inside. Jewel of a Kid seeking to join that trio is in fourth, and Emerald with a sweeping move out in the center of the track. Emerald has gone from fifth to third to the lead at the quarter pole. Emerald has the lead a half length. Forever Home is still there, though, and fighting toward the inside, and Jewel of a Kid is third in between that pair. Salih is still far back. Emerald has the lead. Into the short stretch, it is Emerald leading Jewel of a Kid. Forever Home is third. Final furlong for Emerald. Emerald with a sweeping move on the final turn, and that is the move that will win the race. Emerald to win it convincingly for Tyler Gaffaleone. Jewel of a Kid was the cross the line in second. Lantern's Candy came from last to be third. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 6, Emerald, owned by Robert Masterson, trained by Norm Cassie. Tyler Gaffaleone, the jockey. And they're off. Nevesian Sunrise and Seasons with Infinite Potential to the inside. And here's Joy of Painting moving up outside of Nevesian Sunrise. Nevesian Sunrise has the lead. Joy of Painting goes second. Ensemble Infinite Potential back to the inside, who's a close-up fourth against the rail. Seasons backs away, slides down to the inside in the fifth position. Commander's Palace 3 wide in sixth. Around the outside of Runaway Mom between horses in seventh. Lubna eighth back toward the inside. Designer Ready is last of the 9. The first quarter, 23.04 seconds. Onto the backstretch, Nevesian Sunrise, the leader against the rail. Nevesian Sunrise leads at a length and a half. Joy of Painting second a length. Infinite Potential is third, inching forward down toward the inside. Ensemble fourth on the outside. Runaway Mom moves along with Lubna. That pair down toward the rail, moving up within 3.5 lengths of the lead as they head to the far turn. Seasons, Ensemble stack up to their outside. Commander's Palace, Designer Ready at the back. 47.54 seconds for the first half mile. Nevesian Sunrise leading Joy of Painting and Infinite Potential around the far turn. Ensemble is fourth up on the outside. Has to go to the center of the course. Still 4 from the front. Seasons in behind horses in fifth. Lubna is sixth. Commander's Palace seventh. Quarter mile to go. Nevesian Sunrise chased by Infinite Potential to the inside. Ensemble outside. Joy of Painting, who's fourth between horses. Nevesian Sunrise, though, has a 3-length lead into the final furlong. Seasons runs late in the center of the course, along with Ensemble. Nevesian Sunrise by 3. Seasons is second. Ensemble third. Nevesian Sunrise, Irad Ortiz Jr., Nevesian Sunrise to win it. Seasons was home second, Ensemble third. Winner of Keeneland's fifth race, the Maple Hill, number 5, Nevesian Sunrise. The winner owned and bred in Kentucky by Alpha Delta Stable. At the post. They're off. Casa de Goat is away quickly from the inside. Comes right out for the lead. Please Be Kind has early speed. There's Cat Wings between that pair. And Faith's Reward is away running in fourth. Casa de Goat has the lead for the move up the back stretch. Gets over next to the rail for that move. Leads it by a length. And Please Be Kind second ahead. followed closely by Cat Wings and Faith's Reward, who's there in fourth. Music Street, fifth up on the outside. Toffee, sixth back toward the inside. Lovely Princess is in seventh. And Sweet Baby Ray, last of the eight. 22.66 seconds, the time for that opening quarter. Casa de Goat, the leader, by just a length. Cat Wings is second. Please Be Kind, third up on the outside. That pair just one length off the lead of Casa de Goat around the far turn, followed by Faith's Reward in fourth, who's running nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Toffee has lost some ground back in sixth. Back up front, Casa de Goat, the leader. The advantage 2 lengths. Cat Wings is second by a half length. Please Be Kind, third up on the outside. Then a gap of 4 more back to Faith's Reward in fourth. Quarter mile to go. Casa de Goat striding away, a 5-length lead as they come on down to the 8th pole. The battle is for second. Please Be Kind and Cat Wings going at it for the runner-up spot, but well behind Casa de Goat, Flavian Pratt. It's going to be a lopsided margin of victory. 16th pole, she's in front by 8 lengths, all the way back to Please Be Kind in that tussle with Cat Wings. Casa de Goat, much the best. Close for second, either Cat Wings or Please Be Kind. Music Street came for the back of the pack to be fourth. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's 6th race, the Raceland #1, Casa de Goat, owned and bred in Kentucky by Elm Racing LLC of Ann Smith. The trainer, Brad Cox. The jockey, Flavian Pratt. Casa de Goat, a 3-year-old filly by Twirling Candy out of Senorita Corredora by El. And they're off. Zam Zam, and I Hear You from the inside. Now there goes Sweet Enough moving up, and here comes Keeper of Time, center of the course. Take Charge Row is there. Ceremonial now kicks in from the extreme outside. Keeper of Time has the lead. Ceremonial goes second. Take Charge Row is in third position, followed by Sweet Enough, who's down toward the inside in fourth for the move around the first turn. Market Rumor is going to go a wide fifth, and is followed by I Hear You, who's back toward the inside in sixth. Gam's Mission, 3 wide off the first turn in seventh. Toward the center of the pack, 5 lengths off the lead. Whimsical Muse, 8th in between horses. Zam Zam drops back to the inside in 9th. And Nicheno, last of the 10, it was 24.09 for that opening quarter. Back up front, Keeper of Time against the rail, leads it by a half length. Saranya second between horses. Market Rumor third out in the center of the course, just a length off the lead, followed by Sweet Enough, who's back toward the inside in the fourth position. Take Charge Row is in fifth. Gam's Mission on the far outside is in sixth. I Hear You back toward the rail seventh, 5 lengths off the lead. Whimsical Muse, Zam Zam, Nicheno at the back. The first half mile, 49.62 seconds. On to the far turn they go. And still Keeper of Time leading Saranya, 3/4 of a length. Market Rumor wide again on the turn in third. Sweet Enough is fourth toward the inside, 3 lengths from the lead. Take Charge Row looks for running room in fourth. Gam's Mission to the center of the course is in fifth. Keeper of Time, Market Rumor, Saranya between that pair. Gam's Mission still fourth. Here's Market Rumor down the outside, chasing after Keeper of Time, who's still there to the inside. Then Saranya, Take Charge Row, and Gam's Mission. Keeper of Time, Market Rumor right alongside. Gam's Mission runs on late from the outside. At the wire, Photo for the win. Either Market Rumor or Gam's Mission for the top spot. In the winner's circle, unofficial winner of race 7, the Hunter Valley. Number 8, Market Rumor, owned by Randall Block and 6 Column Stables LLC of Brad Stevens and others, trained by Ian Wilkes, Chris Landero. They are at the post. And they're off in the Ben Ally Stakes. There goes Mighty Heart for the lead. Warrant is there on the outside. Proxy, Cowboy Diplomacy back toward the inside. Mighty Heart, the early leader. Mighty Heart leads the field down to the first turn. Warrant is there up toward the outside. Cowboy Diplomacy from the inside. Then Proxy, who's in the fourth position, tucked away in behind that front trio, joined by Scalding on the outside, who now takes fourth by a head, 3 lengths off the lead. Gap of nearly 3 more back to Dynamic One and Tartufo, who's alongside of that one, 23.72 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Cowboy Diplomacy, the leader, against the rail now. Scoots up the inside, takes the lead by just a half length. Mighty Heart is second, 3/4 of a length. Warrant is third up on the far outside. Proxy back toward the inside in fourth. Scalding alongside that one. Dynamic One next to last, nearly 5 from the front. Tartufo is the trailer. 47.71 seconds the time for the first half mile. Here's Mighty Heart alongside of Cowboy Diplomacy, joined by Warrant on the far outside. The top three separated by a half length onto the far turn. Scalding, Proxy, Dynamic One, Tartufo at the back. It is Mighty Heart, the leader, by just a neck. Warrant is there, and Scalding tries to join that front pair. Swings up to the far outside as they work their way around the far turn. Warrant is the leader. Scalding to second. A neck separates the top two. Mighty Heart drops back. Proxy tries to move up from fourth. Still four from the front. Then Tartufo on the outside, who's five from the lead. Scalding has taken the lead off the far turn. Scalding opens up, coming to the eighth pole by 3 lengths. It is Scalding by 3.5, by 4. Dynamic One is running late to challenge Warrant for second. Proxy joins that battle, all behind Scalding at the 16th pole. Dynamic One has not given up, but here comes the wire. Scalding chased by Dynamic One. Scalding and Javier Castellano to win the Ben Ally. Of Keeneland's 8th race, 91st running of the Ben Ally Stakes Grade 3. Number 7, Scalding. Owned by Grandview Equine of Robert Clay, by Cheyenne Stables LLC of Everett Dobson. At the post. And they're off in the Elkhorn. There goes 2 Emmys. 2 Emmys bounds right out for the lead. Channel Maker away up close in the opening strides. Tiberius Mercurius is there up on the far outside as they move on to that far turn. 2 Emmys gets over next to the rail, leads it by 3/4 of a length. Channel Maker goes second a length. Tiberius Mercurius is third a length and a half. Bima's Boy, then Sole Volante up on the outside, followed by Another Mystery, who's back toward the rail, 7 lengths off the early lead. Bamba Breeze next to last, and Cullum Road is the early trailer. 2 Emmys, though, is the leader, guides the field into the stretch for the first time, and 2 Emmys leads it by a length and a half. Channel Maker is second a half length. Here's Tiberius Mercurius, who's moving up against the rail from third to challenge for second, just a length off the lead. Further back, Sole Volante just to the outside of Bima's Boy, who's back toward the rail, nearly 5 from the front, followed by Another Mystery. The opening quarter went in 25.13 seconds, the first half mile in 49.53. Further back, Bama Breeze is next to last against the rail, joined there by Cullum Road. Moving back into the turn, 2 Emmys continues to lead. 2 Emmys, the leader by 3/4 of a length. Channel Maker there in second on the outside of neck. Tiberius Mercurius is third, still hugging that rail, looks for more running room, and now here he comes again. Tiberius Mercurius moves up the inside to challenge 2 Emmys for the lead. Channel Maker third up on the outside. Then a gap of 3 more lengths to Sole Volante, who's fourth a half length. Bima's Boy in fifth. Another Mystery is in sixth. The gap of 5 more lengths to Cullum Road and Bama Breeze. 6 furlongs, 114.05. The lead battle continues. Tiberius Mercurius against the rail. And 2 Emmys right alongside. Channel Maker joins them again from third. The top 3 in a line heading on to the far turn. Length and a half to Bima's Boy, who is fourth ahead. Sole Volante is fifth. Another Mystery is sixth, still nearly 5 lengths from the front. Here's Channel Maker with Tiberius Mercurius moving up on either side of 2 Emmys, who's now third. Bima's Boy has to swing to the outside fourth. Another Mystery moves on the extreme outside from fifth. Bamba Breeze is running from sixth toward the inside. Channel Maker with the lead. Here comes Bamba Breeze up the rail. Here is Bima's Boy with Another Mystery, but they've all got to catch Channel Maker. And Channel Maker hangs tough. Channel Maker by 2. The champ, Channel Maker, to win the Elkhorn for Luis Saez. 2 minutes, 27.1 seconds. A stakes record. Number 5, Channel Maker. Owned by Watchtel Stable of Adam Watchtel. Owned also by Gary Barber, by R.A. Hill Stable of Raymond A. Hill III, and by Reeves Thoroughbred Racing of Dean Reeves. The trainer, Bill Mott. The jockey, Luis Saez, for his second win on the card. Channel. And they're off. There's Condemn from the inside. B. Sud is there toward the outside. Momentous kicks in and moves up to press the issue as well. Unikey now also moves forward with Red Label, and there goes Legendary Lore out in the center of the track. Momentous has a narrow lead. Red Label, Legendary Lore, Unikey down toward the inside. B. Sud backs away. Slim, Slow Slider moves up between horses in fifth. B. Sud alongside that one in sixth. Condemn is now in seventh. Break of 5 more lengths back. Britain's Kitten is eighth and last. Red Label pokes ahead in front. Unikey there to the inside. Momentous up close on the far outside. 23.17 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Condemn moves up the rail into the fourth spot. Slim, Slow Slider between horses is fifth. Legendary Lore is a wide sixth around the turn. B. Sud is in the seventh position. Britain's Kitten is last of the 8. Unikey the leader. Unikey in front by 2. Legendary Lore and Slim, Slow Slider and Condemn all trying to bear down behind Unikey with a quarter mile to go, and Unikey has the lead by 3 lengths off the far turn. Here's Condemn looking to the inside. Legendary Lore and B. Sud from the outside. At the 8th pole, Unikey in front by 2, then Condemn, then B. Sud third up on the outside. Unikey by a length and a half. Condemn to the inside is in second, then B. Sud is third. Unikey in front, Condemn still there toward the inside. Unikey and Condemn, Unikey and Condemn. Condemn comes up the rail and gets there in the final stride to win it by a neck. Unikey had to settle for second. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the bets, the unofficial winner, number 2, Condemn. The winner owned and bred in Kentucky by Adele Dilschneider and Claiborne Farm of Seth Hancock. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is listed fast and the turf is firm. The temporary rail is down today, rail at 0 feet for the turf course. Time now for a look at the program changes on this military day at Keeneland, beginning in the first race, which starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes and also starts the early pick 5. There are no changes in the first. So turning please to the second race. Race 2 is where the early pick 4 begins. And in that second race, scratch number 7, National Security. Scratch number 7, National Security. Third race has no changes. The fourth race, start of the pick 6, there is no carryover. In that fourth race, scratch the 1, Niagara Gold. Again, scratch the 1, Niagara Gold. Race 5. Start of the late pick 5, also the start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. There are no changes in race 5. Sixth race, start of the late pick 4, no changes in race 6. Seventh race, the feature. Scratch, part of entry 1A, Bad Beat Brian. Also scratch the 4, Elusive Mischief. Also scratch the 14, Divine Leader, and the 15, Jammer's Justice. That's in the featured seventh race. Scratch, part of entry, 1A, Bad Beat Brian. Scratch the 4, Elusive Mischief. Also scratch the 14, Divine Leader, and scratch the 15, Jammer's Justice. Please note, number 13, High Crime, draws into the race. Again, number 13, High Crime, draws into the race. Jockey change for the 9, Haunt. That'll be Irad Ortiz Jr. That's in the seventh race. Number 9, Haunt. Make the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. The weight is okay. And there is an overweight in that seventh race. That'll be number 5, Bullseye Beauty. Please note the jockey 3 pounds over. That's an overweight in the seventh race. Number 5, Bullseye Beauty, the jockey 3 pounds over. Eighth race, scratch number 9, Alegua. That's in the eighth race, scratch number 9, Alegua. Ninth and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. And there are no changes to report in race 9. Time now to check in with both Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Very happy Sunday to you, Kurt Becker. And Gabby has told us today that she is locked in on this card. You locked in with your handicapping today here at Keeneland Racecourse.
I hope so. I mean, I had a good day yesterday, and hopefully we can have back-to-back good days. But you know when you're just kind of in the zone? I hope I don't go over. That would be embarrassing.
You'll be fine. I think you're going to be all right. We look forward to this 9-race card. Happy Military Day. Thank you for all of those that are joining us here from the military, those that have served, those that are at home watching. We appreciate your service and your family's commitment to this wonderful country that we love so much. Today's featured race is race number 7. It's a turf sprint race. Nice allowance race worth $130,000. You can see the scratches in here. Scratch the 1A, the 4, the 14, and 15. 13 draws in Maven, a horse that we're familiar with. Draws post position number 1 and makes his first start in 6 months.
His last race was right here at Keeneland, but back in the fall on the 22nd of October, and he was declared a non-starter after a really bad beginning. But you go back to some of his races, Scott, he's capable of very fast races. I would imagine he's going to be on the lead today, but by no means do I think he's a single. There are plenty ways to go. I like the 11 in there, Inhalation, the 8, 7 Cents, I think is a contender too, a wide open field, and don't forget High Crime, the 13 draws in off the also eligible list, who I think is another contender.
Ultra competitive featured race, post time for race number 7, 4:12 here in Lexington, Kentucky. As we get set to kick off Military Day, we are less than 20 minutes away from race 1. Race number 1, now less than 19 minutes to post. Maiden $50,000 claimers. They'll be going 6.5 furlongs on the fast main track. Race 1 does start your first double opportunity of the day. First pick 3 as well as the early pick 5, that 50-cent minimum wager. Are You Awake, the number 7 horse, sitting at 5-1 right now on the tote board for Mike Maker. A gelding by Not This Time that gets Luis Saez in the saddle. I just wanted to go with a fresh face in and amongst this group. I think you've seen what you're going to get from a majority of these runners. So give me Are You Awake for Mike Maker, and the fact that he's got Saez in the saddle and the way Saez is going this week here at Keeneland, I'll lock him in and hopefully get somewhere near 5-1.
I hope Luis Saez has a really good day, selfishly. But in the opener here, Scott, I don't mind going with that approach for trying to find a new face. But 6.5 furlongs is kind of equivalent to 7 furlongs. Sometimes I think of it as the same in that it's kind of difficult to prepare a horse to win. They have to be much the best in order to win at 6.5 furlongs. They have to be very, very fit. But he does look great, and he kind of looks like one of those long-bodied horses that often do like these in-between distances of 6.5 furlongs and 7.
You've got the number 2 horse on top, Wind at My Back, comes out of the Unikey race, Cape Trafalgar under oath, so faced a strong group there. Adds blinkers today and drops in for 50 for Ian Wilkes.
That's the angle. It was a super productive race. Not only did the third place finisher come back to win a maiden special weight at Keeneland, Under Oath posted an 87 Beyer speed figure in that maiden special weight win, but there were 4 next out winners in general in that race. This horse comes out of the race, blinkers going on. I'm just playing the angle that it was a live one.
The 5 horse John's protege, the even money favorite right now, he's back in for a claiming price off of a maiden special weight try at Turfway Park, and that was his first start in quite some time. So you've got Johnny Velasquez, you've got Wesley Ward. I just wonder, we always seem to associate Wesley Ward runners with being very fast away from the starting gate. He doesn't seem to have that kind of quickness, so how far back is he going to have to come to win this race?
Well, he was a little green in his first start. I don't know, Scott. I do think he'll be a little bit closer than what we've seen because he was green in his first start. He didn't really get out of the gate, and in his next start, it was against Tougher. They went faster, and to me, I don't necessarily think he liked the track that day, the surface of the track. So it's hard to say. I would be surprised if he's going to be on the lead, but I don't think he's going to be last early.
Hometown Hero, the number 6 horse, he's 7-1 right now for Reeve McGahee, colt by Into Mischief, that comes off of synthetic races up at Turfway Park, going longer, and goes back to sprinting for the first time since a 6.5 furlong run here at Keeneland at the same level back last October.
He is a bit of an in-and-outer. He showed speed 2 starts back, but generally speaking, he doesn't show any speed whatsoever. If the track is playing the same today, the same way it was yesterday, Scott, a horse like this is one to consider because he will be closing late.
Race 1, 16 minutes to post, less than, as we celebrate Military Day here at Keeneland Racecourse.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, a maiden claiming race, 3-year-olds and up, a $50,000 claiming price. 6.5 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 5. Main track is fast, turf is firm today. No changes in the first race. Post time at 8 minutes.
Less than 6 minutes away from the Military Day Sunday opener here at Keeneland Racecourse. We'll start with the number 1 horse, who is currently the co-longest shot in the field, 19-1 on Taffin for Darren Miller, a son of Dialed In, who's been working over in Louisville to get ready for this debut here in Lexington.
He just had a lot of class to him, Scott. I have no idea if he's going to show speed out of the gate, what kind of talent he had, but he was just walking in the post parade. He caught my eye, a really good-looking son of Dialed In, and his rider was just kind of patting him on the neck in the post parade, and he just looked like a class act, and sometimes that's half the battle.
John's protege just had a chance to speak to Wesley Ward. He said that this is a horse that they really thought was going to win first out with David Flores in the saddle by breaking sharp, but he didn't. He got left, and then said he just didn't really fire on the synthetic track at Turfway Park. So hoping that getting back on dirt today will be the key to getting this gelding into the winner's circle.
You know, I don't know what to think of this horse, because in the paddock he looked really calm, really quiet, relaxed, and then he came out here and he got a little antsy. I wouldn't say like positive energy, I would say a little bit of nervous energy, and I hope that he can settle back down a bit. I don't know, at even money, Scott, I don't know if any horse in here should be even money. I think he's beatable in here.
He's got a break. That's the key. We'll find out in less than 5 minutes. Race 1 coming up at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Taffin was off a step slowly. Wind at My Back comes forward in the opening strides. Are You Awake is right there as well. These two to the front, joined by Official Business, who moves up between horses third, now second. But Wind at My Back against the rail with the lead, 3/4 of a length. Official Business second by 3. And now a 4-length gap back to John's Protege, who moves up the rail into third. Are You Awake loses a spot toward the outside. In fourth, Hometown Hero fifth. The break of 6 more lengths back of that one. Robust is in sixth. Taffin last of the 7, 22.39 seconds for the opening quarter. Wind at My Back is the leader by a neck. Official Business tries to draw alongside, second by 2. John's Protege is third. Gap of 2 more. Hometown Hero is fourth. Are You Awake is now fifth. Around the far turn, Official Business puts ahead in front. Wind at My Back, though, is still right there to the inside. 2 more lengths. John's Protege is third. Hometown Hero is fourth with 5 lengths to make up. Official Business, the leader from Wind at My Back. John's Protege is third. Still 3 lengths away, 2 lengths away. Trying to come after Official Business. John's Protege trying to draw alongside into the final furlong. It is still Official Business in front by a length. John's Protege is in second. Official Business, John's Protege 1-2 all the way down the stretch. Official Business, Tyler Gaffalione to win it. John's Protege was home second. Hometown Hero third. Taffin came from far back to be fourth.
Tyler Gaffalione striking in race number 1 with a first-time starter for Gary and Mary West, the Keeneland sales graduate for Ron Marquette. Official Business on debut.
4-year-old son of Candy Ride getting the victory today. And the mare, she was a grade 3 winner going long on the turf, multiple graded stakes play. So there definitely was pedigree here for Official Business, and All Business today in the opener, winning at odds of 8-1.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 3, Official Business, finished first. Number 5, John's Protege, was second. Number 6, Hometown Hero, third. Number 1, Taffin, fourth. 3, 5, 6, 1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 3, Official Business, owned by Gary and Mary West, trained by Ron Moquette, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Official Business, 4-year-old son of Candy Ride out of Carrie Bell by Empire Maker, bred in Kentucky by Locklow Farm. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 18.68 seconds. Results of the first now official 3-5-6-1, the official results of Keeneland's first race. In conjunction with Military Day, Keeneland welcomes Walter Cox, a U.S. Army captain and 96-year-old practicing attorney, to the winner's circle. Captain Cox was on the front lines of the Battle of the Bulge, the battle Winston Churchill called the greatest American battle of the war. He is accompanied by the Keeneland paddock veterans, led by Lieutenant Colonel Huey Yang and Major Pat Armstrong. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf is firm. Second race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 7, National Security. Scratch number 7, National Security. No changes in the third race. Fourth race, scratch number 1, Niagara Gold. That's in the fourth race, scratch number 1, Niagara Gold. Fifth race has no changes at this time.
Race number 5, maiden $20,000 claiming event for 3 and up. 1 mile and 1/16 will be the distance, and this will mean a first wire short stretch finish here at Keeneland Racecourse. Memphis Prayer on his toes right now. I'm going to go with this 6-1 shot currently. I think that those turf races and that most recent start will go a long way against this group. I feel that these connections have found the right group in order to take a step forward. So I'll trust that this horse transitioning over to the dirt course today off of 4 synthetic tries can take a step forward. And I like the way that he looks. He looks plenty fit down there in the paddock as he gets saddled up by his trainer. The number 12 horse on the outside, my second choice, Get Us One for Anamia. Also comes off of a synthetic try at Turfway Park. Takes an enormous drop down in class here today out of a maiden special 8 into a maiden 20. He will perform better just based on the company that he's facing off against here today. So they found the right group, and they've gelded him since that debut, which was just 22 days ago. So we'll see how he fares here this afternoon. Very calm in the paddock is Get Us One, 10-1 currently on the tote board. And then finally, the number 2 horse, Hickory Court, 6-1 for Fausto Gutierrez and Sumaya U.S. Stables, a Protonico colt who is coming onto the dirt for the second time in his career. His only dirt race was a solid enough try to finish second in a field of 7 at Tampa Bay Downs. He raced on the synthetic at Gulfstream Park, and that was a 5th place finish, only beaten 4 1/4 lengths, and put together arguably one of the better races of his career. So we'll see if getting back onto the dirt course will do him some good here today. This is an extremely wide open race, and the tote board is telling you that. The 11 horse is 5-2. That is Stavanger for Brendan Walsh, a street sense gelding that's back in for a tag. He was beaten as the 70 cents on the dollar odds-on favorite in his last race, and he was even odds-on 2 starts back at the fairgrounds. So he's had opportunities where expectations were that he was going to be the best horse in the race, and has not been able to seal the deal. So we'll see if he's able to here today as he sits at 5-2. That's the 11 horse Stavanger for Godolphin. Race number 2, less than 17 minutes to post, starts the early pick 4 here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, maiden claiming race, for a price of $20,000 for these 3-year-olds and up. A mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 7 National Security. Again, scratch 7 National Security. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. Fast track, firm turf today, post time 7 minutes.
Going to take a look at the 5-horse warming up. Memphis Prayer, like the way that he's been behaving throughout the proceedings in his debut here at Keeneland Racecourse. Just had an opportunity to catch up with his connections. These are Venezuelan connections. Michelle Duahi is the trainer of this gelding, and the owner, Atacito Racing Stable, Ricardo Lara. They're very excited to be here at Keeneland Racecourse to have their first runner, and we're very happy to have them here. So we wish them the best with Memphis Prayer here this afternoon. Like I said, I think he's got a big shot in this spot to fire big in race number 2 here at Keeneland Racecourse. We're going to move over to one of these outside runners, moving away from the 5-horse, and we're looking at the 9-horse right now. That is Poker Play. We'll see if Tyler Gaffleone can double up on the day and sweep the early double for Ron Marquette and Gary and Mary West. They had that first-time starter winner in race number 1. This is a colt that's had a run. That was for $75,000 at Oaklawn Park, and he ran a very even flat race, to say the least, and beaten 17 lengths. But this should be an easier spot for him, as that was a pretty quickly run race in the end. And then the 11-horse, still lukewarm favorite. Somebody has to be favored, obviously, in these races, but he is not the overwhelming favorite as he was in those last 2 races down at Fairgrounds Stavanger. So we'll see how he fares here today. This is kind of or more or less, it seems, a make-or-break day for him against this kind of competition in Central Kentucky. So we'll find out if he has found the right group to perform at his best and put together a winning performance. He just clicked up a half a tick to 3-1. Race number 2, start of the early pick 4 here at Keeneland. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Tonkawa Springs from the outside. There's Goji's from the inside. Poker Play in between horses comes out running in third. Then Mountain goes fourth down toward the inside. Here's Goji's moving up down toward the rail to take the lead into the first turn. Tonkawa Springs alongside second. Mountain Ghost against the rail is in third position. Poker Play is fourth between horses. Get Us One, 3 wide from fifth, now taking fourth. 2 lengths off the lead. Back toward the rail, Tiwa Not Pass is running in sixth. Memphis Prayer to the inside seventh. Stavanger outside of that one is in eighth. Hickory Court is ninth. Dover Straight is in 10th up the back stretch, and Rogue Element is last. Opening quarter went in 24.01 seconds. Tonkawa Springs now has the lead a half length. Goji's is second by 3/4 of a length. Get Us One, third up on the outside. Poker Play between horses fourth. Mountain Ghost is in fifth. Tiwa Not Pass is sixth. Looking toward the outside now. It's starting to move up. Memphis Prayer and Stavanger are both going to be caught wide heading onto the far turn. That pair 7 lengths from the lead. They have to go toward the center of the track. Hickory Court back toward the inside in eighth. 48.72 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Tonkawa Springs is the leader. Tonkawa Springs a length and a half in front of Goji, second by 2. Memphis Prayer is now third, a half length. Tiwa Not Pass at the quarter pole is fourth toward the inside, still 4 from the front, and then a gap of 5 more lengths. Rogue Element has gone to fifth, still 8 lengths from the lead to the top of the short stretch. Tonkawa Springs, Goji's 1-2, joined by Memphis Prayer. Tiwa Not Pass, then Rogue Element up on the outside. Goji's has gone to the lead from Tonkawa Springs. Memphis Prayer, and then Rogue Element, who keeps running on the far outside. Goji's in front. Rogue Element has made up all kinds of ground. Huge race from Rogue Element to win it. Rallies down the stretch for Corey Lannery.
Once again, we see a closer on the dirt course come wide off the turn and utilize the center of the race course, about 4 paths off the rail, to pull off the victory. This time, it's the number 4 horse at odds of 7-1, Rogue Element, for trainer-owner Jeff Hiles, the son of Honor Code, the Keeneland graduate, picking up his first victory under Corey Lannery.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 4, Rogue Element, was first. Number 3, Gogees, was second. Number 5, Memphis Prayer, third. Number 10, Tonkawa Springs, fourth. 4, 3, 5, 10, unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's second race, number 4, Rogue Element. Jeff Hiles, the owner-trainer. Corey Lannery, the jockey. Rogue Element, 5-year-old gelded son of Otter Code, out of Sweet Success by Candy Ride, bred in Kentucky by G. Watts Humphrey Jr. and W.S. Farish. 1 minute 46.75 seconds for the mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Results of Keeneland's second race official. 4-3-5-10, the official results. In conjunction with Military Day, Keeneland is proud to celebrate the children of our military men and women, recognizing the unique challenges and sacrifices they make, and to honor military, family, and child and youth volunteers. Joining us in this recognition are Kentucky's Deputy Adjutant General, Brigadier General Brian Wertzler, State Command Sergeant Major Jesse Withers, Mrs. Karen Lamberton, spouse of the Adjutant General of Kentucky, outstanding military family readiness volunteers, and military children. They are accompanied by Keeneland's Patrick McBride, Assistant Director of Security and retired Chief Master at Arms for the U.S. Navy. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. The turf is listed firm, the temporary rail down today. No changes in this third event. Looking ahead to the fourth race, scratch the 1, Niagara Gold. That's in the fourth race, scratch number 1, Niagara Gold. No changes at this time in race 5.
Race number 3 is 17 minutes to post. This is a first level allowance condition, a mile and a half on the turf course, turf listed as firm, as we've had firm going here over the last couple of days. And we're looking right now into the paddock at the number 4 horse. That is the current favorite at 2-1. Giraud for Three Diamonds Farm, a son of Pioneer the Nile who adds blinkers here today. He's run twice in the past at Keeneland, both of which in the money finishes, and getting back out to a mile and a half should not be an issue for this horse, as he's shown us that in the past.
Well, Scott, even looking at his last race, it was a mile and 3/8, and he went against a horse by the name of Danville. That's the direction I go in. But Giraud, the blinkers on, might make him a little bit sharper. And when you look at one of his better performances, I would say it was 3 starts back. I know it was on the main track, but it was more forwardly placed. So I think that's probably the plan here with the equipment change.
Hard Ride Guy, the number 2 horse, is your top play. Longest shot on the board right now at odds of 11-1 out of the Ian Wilkes barn. Actually, the 7 is who we're taking a look at. That is Danville. Is your top selection. My apologies, Gabby.
That's okay. Yes, if you look at this horse, has not really had many opportunities to go a distance of ground, to go very long on the turf. Going back to his race 2 back, a mile and 3/8, it was one of his best performances in his career. He lost to Jimmy Dan in the race. So when you look at, he's competed against Giraud before, and he's actually beaten him. So I'm just thinking, okay, these horses are probably equally talented, and you get a better price on Danville, and you get 6-1 odds. So for trainer Matt Shire and James Graham.
McLovin just broke his maiden in his most recent start. He's a son of Animal Kingdom. And this shouldn't be an issue, because that last race, as far as the distance, his last race came at Tampa Bay Downs, going a mile and 3/8, and he used every bit of that mile and 3/8 to get up and get the victory.
I still don't know how good he really is, Scott. I know he broke his maiden last time out, but he's gone a mile and a half before on the turf, and he didn't really show up. Sometimes he shows up and sometimes he doesn't. So for a horse that's a bit inconsistent, I think you have to ask yourself, what's a fair price?
Scales of Justice, the final one we'll talk about paddock side, the number 8 horse, right now 9-1 on the board for Ben Colebrook. He's trying grass for the first time. He comes out of a mile and a half dirt race at Oaklawn Park. Nobody was beating Goalie on that afternoon, who opened up and won by 9 lengths and made it look very easy. He's a well-bred son of Uncle Mo out of that nice stakes-winning First Dam Balance. So the surface switch here, Raylu Gutierrez, and looks like he's got the stamina to compete at this distance.
I don't think surface really matters. I think it's all about the distance, and you don't really get the opportunity to run in an allowance race going a mile and a half that often. More so you see it on the turf. So I think they're probably experimenting with the surface today.
Race number 3, less than 14 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Sierra Farm. Allowance for 4-year-olds and up, 1.5 miles over the firm turf. Temporary rail is down today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. No changes in this third race. Post time at 7 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Sierra Farm.
Thanks, y'all.
They are at the post. And they're off. There goes High Def. There goes Giroux. Giroux moves forward for the lead. McLovin moves up on the outside, and Scales of Justice kicks in from the center of the course. Scales of Justice moves up on the far outside, takes the lead by 3/4 of a length. McLovin going to back away into the second spot. Giroux is now in third, and then High Def, who is in fourth for that move around the far turn. Danville fifth on the outside, followed by Hard Ride Guy, who's in sixth. Cool Rags is seventh. Common Bond is eighth, moving to the top of the stretch for the first time. So Scales of Justice was determined to get to the front, did so early, manages to get over next to the rail, and leads it by 2 lengths. Giroux moves up on the outside now in the second position with 1 circuit to go. McLovin is wrestled back in third as High Def moves up from between horses off the rail now, sliding up to the outside in fourth. The opening quarter went in 25.53 seconds, the first half mile in 51.39. Side by side for the lead. Scales of Justice inside. Giroux is there up on the outside. And then a gap of 2 more lengths back to McLovin. High Def on the outside of that one. Hard Dry Guy stays toward the rail in the 5th position. Danville is a lane off the rail in 6th. Cool Rags is 7th. Gap of 2 more back to Common Bond, who's 8th and last as they move on to the back stretch. Scales of Justice leads it by a neck. Giroux 2nd. Now McLovin starting to move up. McLovin has come off the rail, looks for some running room in between horses, but is still in 3rd position. High Def is 4th up on the outside. Hard Rye Guy, Danville, who's 5 lengths, now 6 lengths from the front. Cool Rags, Common Bond at the back after 6 furlongs and 116.6. Headed to the far turn. Scales of Justice, the leader, 3/4 of a length. Giroux 2nd a length. McLovin is still in 3rd, back toward the inside. High Def is on the outside of that one, followed by Cool Rags, Hard Rye Guy, Danville, Common Bond, and they're midway on the final turn. And here's Giroux once again to draw alongside of Scales of Justice. McLovin still 3rd behind that front pair, just over a 1/4 mile to go, top of the stretch. High Def is 4th. And then Hard Rye Guy 5th, Cool Rags a wide 6th, Danville is 7th, Common Bond is 8th, Giroux and High Def and Cool Rags all outside of McLovin and Hard Rye Guy, who looks for room, can't find it. McLovin has the lead. Hard Rye Guy is in 2nd. Cool Rags runs on late. McLovin is the leader. A final try from Hard Rye Guy. McLovin by a half length on the line for Joel Rosario.
This colt was keyed up and ready to go. Joel Rosario, at any point in time when he was getting ready to turn this horse loose, had a lot of horse, and it took him some time to get him to relax off the pace. The 4 made that move with Tyler Gaffleone, the number 4 horse Giroux, but he was unable to sustain his bid, and McLovin finally did relax and kicked on under Joel Rosario.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 3rd race. Number 6, McLovin, finished 1st. Number 2, Hard Rye Guy, was 2nd. Number 5, Cool Rags, was 3rd. Number 3, High Def, was 4th. 6-2-5-3, unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's third race, the Sierra Farm, in the winner's circle, number 6, McLovin. Owned by Team Valor International of Barry Irwin, trained by Arnaud Delacour. Joel Rosario, the jockey. McLovin, 4-year-old son of Animal Kingdom, out of Estadista by Assayon. Bred in Kentucky by Team Valor, LLC. 12 furlongs over a firm turf course today, 2 minutes, 29.48 seconds. Results of Keeneland's third race official, 6-2-5-3, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Sierra Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of McLovin. In conjunction with Military Day, Keeneland welcomes Phyllis Abbott with Lady Veterans Connect, an organization created to provide high-quality, comprehensive services to assist female veterans in transitional support and prevent homelessness. As of 2019, Lady Veterans Connect board members and volunteers logged over 28,000 hours serving veterans. LVC has purchased and completed renovations on a former elementary school in Winchester, Kentucky, to house 32 female veterans. Ms. Abbott is accompanied by Keeneland's Cassie Creed, Equine Safety Compliance Associate and former second-class petty officer in the U.S. Navy. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, and start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is fast, turf is firm. In the fourth race, scratch the 1, Niagara Gold. Again, scratch number 1, Niagara Gold. This fourth race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Race 5 has no changes at this time. Sixth race also is clear. Featured 7th race. Scratch, part of entry 1A, Bad Beat Brian. Scratch the 4, Elusive Mischief. Also scratch the 14, Divine Leader, and the 15, Jammer's Justice. That's in the featured 7th race. Scratch part of entry 1A, Bad Beat Brian. Scratch the 4, Elusive Mischief. Also scratch the 14, Divine Leader, and the 15, Jammer's Justice. Please note, number 13, High Crime, draws into the race. Again, number 13, High Crime, draws into the race. Jockey change in the 7th race, number 9, Haunt, Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. 7th race, number 9, Haunt, the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr., the weight is okay. There is an overweight, though, in the 7th race. That's number 5, Bullseye Beauty, jockey 3 pounds over. 7th race, number 5, Bullseye Beauty, jockey 3 pounds over. 8th race, scratch the 9, Alegua. That's the 8th race, scratch the 9, Alegua. 9th and final race has no changes at this time.
Race number 4, 14 minutes to post. This is a starter allowance race going a mile and a 16th on the main track. There is a scratch of the number 1 horse. 3-2 on the outside. That is the 8th, the favorite, we'll get to in just a moment. I went with Hidden Promise, the number 4, as my top selection for John Ortiz. Was a winner just 2 starts back in an optional claiming event and has run well enough against the starter types when going around a ground. He gets that opportunity again today, and a horse that hopefully can get some forward position and utilize the short stretch here today, first wire finish.
He is a horse that will probably be on the lead, at least forced to be in that position, but the 5 suggested is also fast, stretching out to a distance of ground. But Hidden Promise, that race came up really tough. If you go back and watch Life is Hard, not only the win in that race, but the win 2 starts back, I believe it's a horse for Jimmy DeVito. He's really good, Scott. So that was just too tough for him to step into those waters. But back to starter allowance company today definitely makes sense in this field.
You've got the 3 on top, 5-1 on Indian Gulch. Didn't have a clean trip last time out.
He didn't. I went back and watched the replay. He was bounced around badly coming out of the gate. And he is a horse that doesn't necessarily have to be on the lead, but still, you never know what happens to a horse when they do have that hiccup coming out of the gate. Not to mention, it was a tough race for the level. I know it was a starter allowance race, but Bryce, the winner, he ran in the Grade 3 Island last summer at Monmouth. So it was an ultra tough race for the level. I think I don't know. He'll be a decent price, Scott. Definitely use this horse in your top 3.
Exalting, our second choices here, 7-5 right now. He did not fire last time out, but that was close to 2 months ago at the beginning of March down at Oaklawn Park. Prior to that, was maintaining good form. So this comeback race, hopefully he's gotten right off the layoff.
Such a classy runner. He's 9 years old, 10-time winner. He's made over $670,000 in his career. And at the starter level, Scott, there's obviously different levels. There's 8,000, 10,000, then you get up to 40,000, and you can face some really tough horses, sometimes even graded stakes types horses. And Exalting is that. I mean, he ran in the Grade 3 last year at Mountaineer. He's the class. I think he'll sit a stalking trip. I don't know why you and I think he's vulnerable, but we do.
He's got to prove something. I mean, he was expected to run big last time out and was unable to, but I don't think they'd have him here if he wasn't back going in the right direction, or at least they feel that he is. So we'll find out. And then finally, the 5-horse suggested for JSM Equine, a violence gelding for your husband, Norm Cassie. He, too, looking to bounce back with this gelding. Gets a bit of class relief and gets to go route of ground for the first time in a while.
He had a chase fast interior fraction last time out, and look at the final time of that last race, Scott, 109.3. They're better group of horses. It was just too tough. This seems like a better level for him, but the big question is, can he handle the distance, and can he kind of press the pace of the 4 Hidden Promise and still hold back the late charge of Exalting, the heavy favorite?
Race number 4, 11 minutes to post here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Starter allowance, 4-year-olds and up, 1 mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 1, Niagara Gold. Again, scratch the 1, Niagara Gold. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6. Fast track firm turf today. Post time is 6 minutes.
Taking a closer look at some of these contenders coming up, and we'll kick it off with the number 6, Criminal Defense, as you can see on your screen right now. This horse comes in off of a couple months freshening, last seen in February down at the fairgrounds. His last race wasn't great, I will admit that, but it was against a tough group of horses. Even prior to that, he went against similar company at the $50,000 starter allowance level. When you're looking at these horses, Exalting was kind of going against similar company. This horse was going against similar company, and he is getting a big class relief. And I thought he looked good off of several months layoff and coming into this event. Look for him to make that late closing run under Brian Hernandez Jr. The 7 Market Off, I was looking at some of these horses in the post parade, and he was definitely an individual that was on his toes. And the reason why I bring this up is because of the pace scenario. We have the 4 to the inside, who's quick. We have the 5 just to his outside and Suggested, who's quick. And then this 7, Market Off. I know he wasn't on the lead last time out or the past couple of starts, but he just looks really sharp coming into today. And I wonder if there's going to be a little bit of a pace battle on the front end. And then finally, the 8, Exalting. He was getting a little bit warm, but I don't mind that. It's a warm day, and he's coming from, Oaklawn, that can feature some cooler temperatures as well. He's been training here in Louisville, Kentucky at the Churchill Downs Training Center. And like I said, it's been cooler temperatures. It's been a hot weekend, but I don't really mind what I'm seeing from him on the track. He's going to have to bounce back today. He is the class. He's even money. But there are some horses in here to maybe try to take a shot against him. Exalting, the even money favorite here as we are 3 minutes out from this upcoming 4th race. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race. Start of the pick 6. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Mark It Off from the outside. Mark It Off comes out running for the lead. Hidden Promise has early speed as well. Suggested is away third between that pair. And then Exulting, fourth up on the outside as they head down into the first turn. Exulting moves up out in the center of the track up to challenge Hidden Promise, who scoots up the rail. Exulting moves by, has the lead 3/4 of a length, now draws clear by 1.5 lengths and gets over next to the rail at the midpoint of the first turn. Hidden Promise is in second position. Mark It Off against the rail in third. Suggested toward the outside is fourth. Can't Hide From Me toward the inside fifth. Gap of nearly 5 more lengths back to Indian Gulch, just to the outside of Criminal Defense. That pair at the back, 24.29 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Exulting leads the field up the backstretch. Exulting against the rail leads at 1.5 lengths. Hidden Promise is second by 3 lengths. Then Mark It Off is third, 1.5 lengths, and is followed by Suggested to the outside of Can't Hide From Me. Criminal Defense is next to the inside, and Indian Gulch alongside of that one. 48.38 seconds the time for the first half mile. Exulting guides the field over to the far turn, leads it by 2.5 lengths. Hidden Promise is second by just over 5. Back to Mark It Off in third, 1.5 lengths, and then Suggested, followed by Indian Gulch, who takes to the outside, but is still back in fourth, now taking third, but still nearly a dozen lengths off the leader, who's coming to the top of the short stretch. Turning for home, Exulting leads it by 7 lengths. Indian Gulch has gone to second around the outside of Hidden Promise. Into the final furlong, Exulting by 5, Exulting by 4. Indian Gulch is running out of time here. Short stretch, Indian Gulch going to dive to the inside. Exulting is drifting out wide at the wire. Indian Gulch looked to come up the inside and get there, but that will be a photo for the win.
Exulting, even with the 7-length advantage, starts to get desperate for that first wire finish, and he starts to drift out. Not a good indication of a horse as far as traveling when they begin to drift, and that opens the door wide open for the 3 Indian Gulch to potentially get there right in time.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a strange angle here, but we'll take a lower look. And as we get to the finish line here, inside, outside, Exulting. It's really close, but obviously Exulting, he was either getting tired on the outside or he was just losing attention. But they do have the camera on the 3 Indian Gulch, who did have a dream trip coming up on the inside. It's 9-2 versus 6-5 in the fourth.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 3, Indian Gulch, finished first. Number 8, Exalting, was second. Number 4, Hidden Promise, was third. Number 2, Can't Hide From Me, fourth. 3842, unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's fourth race, number 3, Indian Gulch, owned by Grit to Glory Racing, LLC, of trainer Thomas Van Berg. Rafael Bejarano, the jockey. Indian Gulch, 7-year-old gelded son of Liaison, out of Gulchik by Gulch. Bred in Kentucky by Vosfeld Bloodstock Group. Mile and a 16th over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 44.87 seconds. Results of Keeneland's fourth race, official 3842, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. The Turf is listed firm. Temporary rail is down today. No changes in the fifth race and no changes in race 6. In the seventh race, the feature, scratch part of entry 1A, Bad Beat Brian. Scratch number 4, Elusive Mischief. Scratch 14, Divine Leader, and 15, Jammer's Justice. That's the featured seventh race. Scratch part of entry 1A, Bad Beat Brian. Scratch 4, Elusive Mischief. Scratch 14, Divine Leader, and scratch 15, Jammer's Justice. A reminder, number 13, High Crime, draws into the race. Again, number 13, High Crime, draws into the race. Jockey change on the 9 Haunt, Irad Ortiz Jr. Irad Ortiz Jr. rides the 9 Haunt. Overweight, the 5 Bullseye Beauty, the jockey 3 pounds over. 8th race, scratch the 9 Alegua. That's the 8th race, scratch 9 Alegua. No changes in race 9. Ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention trackside for a special Military Day presentation. Today, Keeneland is proud to honor our military men and women. Keeneland extends a warm welcome to all active and veteran members of the military with their families who are joining us today. In tribute of this special day, Keeneland is pleased to have members of the Henry Clay High School, JROTC, for a presentation of the American flag. Keeneland welcomes the director of the University of Kentucky's Opera Theater, Dr. Everett McCorvey, to lead us in the singing of God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the ocean white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Race number 5, second level allowance race. They'll be back on the turf course here for this mile and 16th event. It does start the Keeneland $3 turf pick 3 races 5, 7, and 9 there. My top selection is Post Up, and just wanted to pass along a story here about Belladonna Racing. This race has special meaning for the partners in Belladonna Racing. They recently suffered the untimely loss of one of their founding partners, Lance Felden, and they wanted to dedicate this race to Lance and his mother, Joanne Foster. So Joanne, we know that you're watching. We wish you and your family the best in this difficult time, and we wish Posting Up the best here in this race. And I do really think that he has built up to this event off of those 2 strong runs at Fairgrounds.
Yeah, Scott, there's nothing like horse racing to bring a family, friends, a community together. So our hearts are with the folks at Belladonna Racing, and we wish them the best of luck with the number 6 Post Up here in this upcoming race. And she definitely has a shot, as you mentioned. She comes in off of a performance last time out, finishing second, close to the pace, and she should be forwardly placed today. She's got a big shot.
Here's your top pick, the number 9 horse, 6-1. That is Undisturbed, a good price out of the Ian Wilkes barn.
She's another one. I think she will just like the distance, to be honest. When you look at her past performances and the speed that she possesses, I think the mile and a 16 will be perfect for her, because sometimes at the mile, especially at a track like Gulfstream, they just go a little bit too fast. This mare has tried a mile and an 1/8, a mile and a half, and it kind of seems like she's been too short and too long. Right now, today, at a mile and 16th on the turf, I think could be the best distance for her.
The number 1 horse, Sweet Serenade, I think gets back to a better distance and also takes a drop down in class out of that stakes race at Gulfstream on the 31st of December.
I just really like this post position for this filly, as she should be able to get covered up. Seems like that's her preferred running style, get covered up and make that one move from off of the pace, kind of like what she did when she won that allowance race 2 starts back at Gulfstream Park. And the class is there, and they tried her against Stakes Company last time out. That was just a little too tough. Stays on the turf, but back to a good group of fillies today.
The number 3 horse, Fair Games, won 2 in a row. This for Mr. G. Watts Humphrey Jr., a homebred, along with a few others, including Vicky Oliver, the trainer. His daughter, the filly by Honor Code, has figured things out here, and it looks like in large part by moving this filly over to the turf course. She's been much better.
Her turf debut was 3 starts back, and she finished second, and then she came back with back-to-back wins on the turf surface. You're right, Scott, but from handicapping, I see this often. I know she might not be at the level as other fillies and mares that she faces today, but sometimes the light bulb just clicks. It just turns on, and horses figure out how to win, what to do, and they understand the game a little bit more. And I think that might be the case with her. Surface change definitely helps, but now she just knows how to win.
And finally, Poca Mucha, the number 8 horse, who is 6-1 on the board, looking to give Joel Rosario another winner on this card. Daughter of Breeders' Cup Mile winner Tourist, looking to get back on track. The last race was, at least the speed figure was better than what the run line looks. Beaten favorite that day, but perhaps back on the grass, the surface switch, and a new program, new barn into Bill Mott's barn can wake this filly up.
The only time that she was on the turf, she actually went against my top selection in Undisturbed. She finished a length behind her. It all depends on how the pace unfolds. I don't think she'll be on the lead, but she'll be tracking the leaders and kind of go from there. I actually wonder if she is a little bit better on the turf, being a daughter of Taurus, but we'll see what she can do. She is on the board right now at 6-1. A wide open board, Scott, and that just shows you how tough this race really is.
It is. Good start to the $3 Turf Pick 3, races 5, 7, and 9 for that sequence. And this also starts the late Pick 5 on this Sunday card.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race. The Blackwood, an allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up, 1 mile and a 16th over the firm turf. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5 and also start of the Keeneland turf pick 3 made up of races 5, 7, and 9. Turf is firm, temporary rail down today. No changes in the 5th race. Post time at 6 minutes.
Here's a look at the longest shot on the board, Discreet Kitty. She's 25-1, but she is well turned out. Well done to Luis Gerardo and his team for preparing this mare here today. She comes off of synthetic races at Turfway Park. She's raced here in the past at Keeneland against the similar company and not fared all that well. But the way that she looks gorgeous out there. She is a filly that is a big price. She's not as big of a price for what it's worth as she was back when she was running on the turf course here at Keeneland last year. She was 93-1 and 80-1 respectively, but she's 26-1 right now on the board, just like the mare. Thought that she deserved a shout out to her connections based on looks alone. Castena, the number 4 horse, is a U.S. invader for trainer Ed Vaughn. Blinkers come off, and they add Lasix here for the first time. This is a filly by Pride of Dubai, who comes out of races at Lingfield as well as Ascot. It's been a long time since she's been able to win a race, but we'll see how she fares here moving to the United States for the first time. She's 2 for 11 in her career. The number 5 horse will go there next, Vespa for Paulo Lobo. This is a 6-year-old mare coming off a 10-month layoff. This is a pedigree that you would associate with Paulo Lobo. Agnes Gold, he's had these types of pedigrees in his barn here in Kentucky and done well with them. And this horse is live on the board, 6-1 right now. Comes out of a much tougher race in the Grade 3 Mint Julep 10 months ago. So we'll see how she fares. She is 1 for 1 when facing Allowance Company here in the United States. And then let's go to the 3-horse fair game if we can in the G. Watts Humphrey Jr. Silks. The daughter of Honor Code. Gabby looking to keep the win streak alive. The 3 is fair game, looking for 3 victories in a row.
Yeah, I was talking to Vicki Oliver just a moment ago, and she said that they've always really loved her, and she felt kind of silly that she took so long to try her on the turf because that's what she wanted all along. But she's a really classy filly. She thinks she has a lot of talent. And Scott, when you have a filly that's by Honor Code and she's showing you a lot on the dirt and working in the morning, of course you're going to run her on the dirt. But it turns out that she is better on the turf, and Vicki really likes her chances in here. She thinks she's going to sit just off the speed and kind of kick on from there. She's a nice price at 7-1.
Good race coming up. Good sequences. Pick 5, turf pick 3, races 5, 7, and 9 for that $3 minimum wager. The late pick 5 pool over $312,000 with less than 3 minutes to post.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Blackwood, start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 and start of the Late Pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Discreet Kitty from the inside for the early lead. Sunny One moves up toward the center of the course. Here's Vespa from between horses. Vespa now to put ahead in front. Discreet Kitty right there to the inside. Posting up, now moves up into 3rd position. Undisturbed is 4th, going to be wide heading into the first turn. Sunny One is 3 lanes off the rail in the 5th position. Then Sweet Serenade, who's back toward the inside as they swing around the turn. Back up front, though, the challenge is on for the lead. Vespa moves up from the outside, takes the lead by a head. Discreet Kitty second, a length and a half. Posting up is 3rd between horses. It is followed by Undisturbed toward the outside in 4th. Sweet Serenade is in 5th. Castina is 6th. Sunny One far outside in 7th. Polka Mucha back toward the rail is 8th. Fair Game is in 9th. And Peter's Kitten last of the 10. 22.91 for the opening quarter. 46.93 seconds for that first half mile. Vespa against the rail now. Posting up. Tries to draw alongside. Less than a length separates the top 2. Undisturbed is going to be wide again to the far turn and 3rd, a length off the lead, but moving up on the outside. Sweet Serenade, 4th back toward the inside. Castina between horses. Sunny One, who's 6th on the outside, still 5 from the front. Vespa still leads, posting up. Undisturbed is still 3rd. Sweet Serenade is still looking for room toward the inside. A quarter mile to go. Sunny One out in the center of the course is in 5th. Vespa has the lead. Posting up comes on. Sweet Serenade needs room. Sunny One, Undisturbed are there on the outside. Posting up, Sunny One running on from the outside. Sweet Serenade needs room toward the inside. It is Sunny One in front. Polka Mucha is going to run late from far back, but Sunny One has the jump, and Sunny One, Vince Chaminade for the upset.
Sunny One at a big price, the number 7 horse, 18-1, taking advantage of the very quick pace which was established in this race. 22-4, 46-4. Those chasing that pace, I think it ends up catching up with them, and that sets it up for Sunny One to spring this upset.
Jackie, Vince Chaminade having a very good meet here so far, and another upset winner at 18-1. And this horse just won so easily in the end. He definitely didn't win like a long shot runner. A good setup, good ride, and in the winner's circle at 18-1. You'll be paid nicely if you have him. It's going to be a 7-8 exacta here in the 5th.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race, number 7, Sunny One, finished first. Number 8, Polka Mucha, was second. Number 1, Sweet Serenade, third. And number 6, Post Nup, was fourth. 7-8-1-6, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's fifth race official. 7-8-1-6, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's fifth race, the Blackwood, number 7, Sunny One, owned by Midnight Racing Stables of Jeff Evans, trained by Connor Murphy. Vince Chaminade, the winning jockey. Sunny One, a 4-year-old filly by Dialed In out of Party Smart by Smart Strike, bred in Kentucky by George Strawbridge Jr. Mile and a 16th over the firm turf, 1 minute 40.42 seconds. $0.50 pick 5. The early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5 here at Keeneland. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Blackwood to the connections of Sunny One. In conjunction with Military Day, Keeneland recognizes Jeremy Harrell, a U.S. Army combat veteran who served in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom in the global war on terrorism. In 2017, he founded Veterans Club Incorporated, a nonprofit that assists veterans in healing and helps homeless veterans with housing and programs to get them back on their feet. Veterans Club Incorporated has a nationally recognized equine facilitated mentoring program and Kentucky's only tiny home community for homeless veterans. Keeneland is proud to donate $5,000 to this amazing group. Representing Veterans Club Incorporated, we have Jeremy Harrell, Aaron Harrell, Corey Bolin, Travis Ray Hill, Matt Oswald, and Lola Oswald. They are accompanied by Keeneland General Manager of Facilities and former U.S. Army Sergeant Pete Berdovich. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. It's also the start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast and the turf listed firm today. No changes in race 6. Looking ahead to the featured 7th race, a reminder in the 7th event, scratch part of entry 1A, Bad Beat Brian. Scratch the 4, Elusive Mischief. Scratch 14, Divine Leader. And scratch 15, Jammer's Justice. That's in the 7th and featured race. Scratch part of entry 1A, Bad Beat Brian. Scratch the 4, Elusive Mischief. Also scratch the 14, Divine Leader, and the 15, Jammer's Justice. A reminder, number 13, High Crime, draws into the race. Again, number 13, High Crime, draws into the race. Jockey change for the 9, Haunt, Irad Ortiz Jr. Number 9, Haunt, the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. And there's an overweight in that 7th race, the 5, Bullseye Beauty, jockey 3 pounds over. 7th race, number 5, Bullseye Beauty, jockey 3 pounds over. 8th race, scratch number 9, Alegua. That's the 8th race, scratch number 9, Alegua. 9th and final race has no changes at this time.
Race number 6 begins the late pick 4 on this Sunday card. It's a $50,000 claiming race going 7 furlongs. These are fillies and mares, 3 and up, which have not won 3 races, or straight 3-year-old fillies with no restriction to their condition. And right now the 2, Fire on Time, having some issues being saddled up, and they're going to have to regroup here and reset the tack, as it wasn't quite set yet. It was on her back, but now you're going to see they're going to adjust with this filly, and we'll see how this goes for her. She's my top selection. She gets a drop down in class here today. She should be forward in this race if she runs true to form.
Yes, she should be forwardly placed. She was forwardly placed last time out, and that was a tough group that she had to face, and I actually like a little bit of less distance here for 7 furlongs. With that inside draw, though, she has to go. She'll be the filly to catch, but hopefully she gets the saddle on first.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on her. They're going to try it again, and we'll see.
They might take her down to the indoor saddling stalls, because sometimes that, or do it on the walk.
It looks like on the walk is going to be the plan for right now. So hopefully that diverts her attention enough, and they're going to do it on the walk down the center of the path instead of circling the tree in which she was assigned. So
Dale has his hands full.
He sure does. Hopefully this continues to go as smoothly as it is, at least given the circumstance right now. Maira is the number 1 horse, 5-1. Your top play for Phil Simms. And I've said this before, Phil Simms seems to always have one horse that's really primed and ready for the Keeneland meet, whether it be spring or fall. And I think that this is the one. I think this mare's live today.
He sends out 2 horses in here, the 1 and the 3, but I prefer the 1, Maira. Her last race, she finished 3rd. I thought it was a decent effort at Turfway Park. But when you look at her career, Scott, she's gone back and forth between running at Turfway on the synthetic and running on the dirt at Indiana Grand. I think that she is a better dirt horse, and her numbers would suggest that too. On average, her numbers have been faster on the dirt. So with that one race, though, last time out, going a mile, that underneath of her, now coming back at a shorter distance and coming back to, in my opinion, a preferred surface, I think that really sets her up well. I like her today. She's just going to have to figure out a chip from the rail.
Fabricate, she's been known to run a lot of thirds in her career. In fact, half of her career starts have equaled a third, 7 thirds from 14 starts. And her last victory came when she was able to make the lead. Otherwise, outside of that victory, she has not made the lead in her last 10 races, and I think it's going to be a difficult task for her to do so from the outside post if that's what she needs to do to win a race.
She might be able to just press the early speed of Fire on Time, but if she can't, she's going to be caught in that chasing position, and I don't think she really likes that. So, yes, I don't know if the race flow works in her favor, but she did catch a buzzsaw last time out, and Tis Splendid News, who won by almost 10 lengths, and she came back to win here at Keeneland.
If we can just go back to the 2 real quick and see how she has been saddled and if that has gone smoothly, and it looks like they have gotten the tack on her. So hopefully there'll be no more of it. We'll keep an eye on her, on the transition from the paddock side over here to the front side, as we are 13 minutes away from the start of the late pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race. Claiming race, fillies and mares age 3 and up with a $50,000 claiming price, 7 furlongs over the fast main track, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. No changes in race 6. Post time in 7 minutes.
It's late pick 4 time here at Keeneland Racecourse. We go back to Fire on Time, and she continues with this higher energy attitude. She's sweaty around her neck, but I would imagine, Gabby, not having the opportunity to talk to Dale Romans, but this is likely how this filly behaves, given the fact that they did not saddle her in the saddling stalls. Instead, went and got her moving and got her saddled and what have you. So we'll see how it translates into her races, but she's definitely warm, but it looks like a filly that probably acts this way in the afternoons.
Well, I did talk to Dale, and he said just that. He said she is a nervous horse in the afternoon. So you just have to kind of deal with it and try to keep her as calm as possible. And he joked, and he said, I wouldn't have been able to do that a year ago, put the tack on like that, because she can be a very difficult filly.
The number 4 horse, Some Kinda Pretty, is just that. She looks beautiful out there. This is a filly by Summerfront, a Keeneland sales graduate. She comes off of synthetic tries at Turfway Park. I just thought she looked really nice out there. You're not getting a chance to see her full on, but she is a beautiful filly, and living up to her name, Some Kinda Pretty, the number 4 at 11-1. And then finally, Tom Leach's long shot play of the day, Blossom Road. That's the number 5 horse. We'll see if she bounces back off of a couple of disappointing runs, but she drops down in class, gets blinkers, and gets the apprentice rider Renee Diaz, and thus gets a 7-pound weight break. So several changes being made on the 5 Blossom Road, who is 13-1, longest shot in this race, but Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day. Race number 6 starts the late pick 4 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Some Kind of Pretty was off a step slowly. Here comes Fire on Time out for the lead. Blossom Road has early speed as well, so Blossom Road moves up now from the outside to challenge Fire on Time. Blossom Road puts ahead in front briefly. Fire on Time fires right back to the inside. Hostile Princess is in third. Fabricate is fourth. My Era is fifth against the rail, 4 lengths off the lead. Spiteful Charge comes next, and a break of nearly 8 more lengths back to Some Kind of Pretty, who trails. Opening quarter went in 22.49 seconds. Fire on Time is the leader. Fire on Time by a half length. Blossom Road is second by 2. Hostile Princess is third, outward from the rail. My Era fourth to the inside, midway on the far turn. Fabricate is 3 wide, fifth, now fourth, challenging for third, 4 lengths off the lead. Spiteful Charge further back, and Some Kind of Pretty is last as they come toward the quarter pole. Fire on Time leading Blossom Road a length and a half. Fabricate tries to get going, still third, still 4 lengths from the lead. They move to the top of the stretch, and then My Era looks to the inside. Spiteful Charge to the outside, 7 from the lead. Fire on Time and Fabricate go 1-2. My Era has to switch lanes off the rail third, 3 lengths off the front pair. Into the final furlong, Fire on Time chased all the way by Fabricate. Fire on Time hanging tough with a 2-length lead, a 16th to go. Fabricate second, gap of 5. My Era third. It is Fire on Time for Joe Talamo in front. Fire on Time to win it. Fabricate was home second. My Era was across the line in third, and then further back, Spiteful Charge was fourth.
She had plenty of energy left in the tank late in this race, and she needed it because Fire on Time sets the pace. Then here comes Fabricate, the favorite, drawing up alongside of her. But she said, no, not today.
Well, you have to like a filly with a little bit of an attitude, and that's what we saw from her in the paddock, on the track. And she also had an attitude coming down the stretch. She would not let that 7-horse pass her whatsoever. Dropping class, a successful move here for Fire on Time, straight into the winner's circle for trainer Dale Romans and the Albaugh family. 2-1 on your winner.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. The 2 Fire on Time finished first. Number 7 Fabricate was second. The 1 Myra third. And number 3 Spiteful Charge finished fourth. Into the winner's circle for race 6, the unofficial winner, number 2 Fire on Time, owned by the Albaugh Family Stables LLC of Dennis Albaugh, trained by Dale Romans. The jockey is Joe Talabo. Fire on Time, a 4-year-old filly by Not This Time out of Sapphire Spitfire by Awesome Again, bred in Kentucky by George Wagner Jr. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 24.94 seconds. Results are official for Keeneland's 6th race, 2-7-1-3, the official results. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. The turf is listed firm. The temporary rail is down today. Scratch part of entry 1A, Bad Beat Brian. Also scratch the 4, Elusive Mischief. Scratch the 14, Divine Leader. And scratch the 15, Jammer's Justice. A reminder, number 13, High Crime, draws into the race. Again, 13, High Crime, draws into the race. Jockey change on the 9, Haunt. That'll be Irad Ortiz Jr. That's number 9, Haunt, the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. Overweight in the 7th race, number 5, Bullseye Beauty, the jockey, 3 pounds over. That's the 5, Bullseye Beauty, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Looking ahead to the 8th race, scratch number 9, Allegua. That's the 8th race, scratch number 9, Allegua. No changes in race 9.
Featured 7th race is up next. A high-level group of sprinters on the turf course, 5.5 furlongs for $130,000 purse. Oceanic is my top play. He's 8-1 right now. This is a Constitution gelding that has run some big races in his turf sprints, and last time out did so. The one concern is being able to replicate an effort like that, because they did go so fast, but he'd been given a couple months off, and hopefully he can go back-to-back for the first time in his career. But he has got a tremendous amount of speed, and the right rider is going to be in the saddle, Julian Leperoux, who's won well over 100 races on the turf course here at Keeneland alone.
He is a horse that needs the lead, Scott. His best races are when he can go gate to wire. And my concern with him in here is that the 2 Maven, it draws the rail, and he's very fast. And on his best day, he could probably outsprint Oceanic early. So he might be up against it from that standpoint. But the horse is very much so improving with each and every start.
Inhalation, the 11 horse, another price, 38-1 on your top selection here, Gabby Gaudet, son of Bated Breath, who's looking to go back on track.
That's crazy. This horse should not be 38-1. I think you picked him in second, too. Hopefully that price comes down. He does have dirtied up form. I will admit that, and he comes in off of the layoff. But look past his last race. 2 starts back, he did not get out of the gate. If you look at his performance in the Grade 2 Woodford, he finished 3 lengths behind Golden Pal, who we know how talented Golden Pal is. He's probably the fastest turf sprinter in the world. And then you go back to his win at Colonial. He does need to get out of the gate. That's the biggest thing about him. Sometimes he just can't get out of the gate, but he does have enough pace in front of him to close.
7 cents, the 8 horse for Brad Cox. Brad is a top conditioner in all aspects of the game. There's no question. But at this stage in his career, you don't see him claiming a lot of horses or being involved in claiming a lot of horses because of the stock that he gets from some massive clients, some big-time powerhouse clients in this game. But they dipped in and took this horse for $80,000 in a race down at Fairgrounds, and he was 4th, beaten a length and a half to Bound for Nowhere, who's a very good sprinter for trainer Wesley Ward. So, like I said, Brad doesn't claim a lot of horses, but he's 25% first off the claim, and the sample size I've got in front of me is 56. So that's a substantial sample size, and I would think that this horse certainly figures. He is the co-favorite at 3-1.
He definitely figures. If this is a horse who's been competitive against Stakes Company, he even won a stakes race back in January. And he's versatile. The good thing about him here, Scott, is that he doesn't need the lead. He doesn't come from far off of it. He's not pace dependent. He really just makes his own trip. That's what makes turf sprinters so good and is what makes them win often.
Maven, the number 2 horse who draws the rail for Wesley Ward and Richard Raven, a son of American Pharaoh that we've seen run well here at Keeneland. Last time out, you've got to give him a pass, and that was 6 months ago. It was a situation of just bad timing. He broke through the front of the gate, and they sprung the latches on the front of the gate, and he ended up being declared a non-starter in that situation. He lost all chance in that spot. But Wesley Ward, who's got him right now as they try to get the saddle on him, told me that he's a horse that just likes to run here at Keeneland. And so they've now taken the approach of just getting him ready for the spring and the fall meet. So I think that that's a positive sign as he comes back home here to Keeneland Racecourse and sits at 3-1.
He's very dangerous, and you and I might be thinking to ourselves, well, 3-1. This horse just won at 3-1. He's posted a 104 Beyer speed figure at one point in time, which makes him far faster than the rest of the field. He is just a little inconsistent, but he is fast, and in many ways, Scott, he's the class of the field, the horse to beat for connections that win often.
It's going to take a big performance to win this race. That's how it stacks up on paper, and certainly looking at these runners, when you look at them in the flesh and see them out here in the post parade, they back up that form with their looks as well. We'll let them call for riders up and bring you front side for the feature. Race number 7 is less than 15 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 7th race, the Scartine Allowance, 4-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed firm. Scratch part of entry, 1A, Bad Beat Brian. Also scratched the 4, Elusive Mischief. Scratched the 14, Divine Leader, and scratched the 15, Jammer's Justice. A reminder, number 13, High Crime, draws into the race. Again, number 13, High Crime, draws into the race. Jockey for the 9, Haunt, Irad Ortiz Jr. Number 9, Haunt, the jockey is Irad Ortiz Jr. Overweight, the 5, Bullseye Beauty, 3 pounds over. Number 5, Bullseye Beauty, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time at 7 minutes.
Featured group out on the track warming up. We go to the 3-horse Bodenheimer, who is 30-1 right now on the board. He's coming off of a 6-month layoff. This horse is a dangerous long shot in here. He's a colt that went off form in his recent races, but we know he can win over this fast ground at Keeneland Racecourse, and the faster the better for him. You go back to 2020 during his 2-year-old season, he won the Indian Summer Stakes at odds of 4-1 that day, beating Cowan, a very nice runner who's still going for the Asmussen camp. But Bodenheimer, he looks nice out there. He looks fit. He is a big, robust sprinter. So if he is right today off this 6-month layoff at 31-1, watch out for Bodenheimer. The number 6 horse Turned Aside, another horse that looked nice coming through the tunnel in the West Point Thoroughbred Silks, also co-owned by DJ Stable. This is a Keeneland January sale purchase out of the recent January sale 2021. I should say last year, back in 2021, but purchased for $725,000. Off of that purchase, he's done nothing but face stakes companies. So this is a stakes quality and stakes proven type of field, but you've got to consider this one based on his looks. He comes in fresh as well, and at 6-1 with Luis Saez in the saddle, watch out for Turned Aside if you're looking for a price. And also the number 13, who draws into this race off the also eligible, Darren Miller, has been very good through his career with turf sprinters. He comes out of a stakes race as well at Gulfstream. You've got Joel Rosario in the saddle trying to work out a trip from the outside draw, but he's one that gets back in against stakes quality types, as he is very well versed, this horse is, in running against some high level competition. So at 13, he's now 10-1. The 13 is 10-1. Don't be surprised if he's able to run a big race. There are so many ways to go in this event, but this is what a featured event at Keeneland is supposed to be like, high-level competition, and that's what we've got in front of us right now, as the favorites is now the 2-horse Maven taking some late action out there on the course in the Richie Raven Silks. There he is, back to his home track here at Keeneland Racecourse off the layoff. Should be a good one. Make sure you get involved. Less than 4 minutes to get those wagers in.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Scarteen. They are at the post. And they're off. High Crime broke alertly with Into the Sunrise. Haunt has early speed. 7 Cents comes away running in the 4th position. There's Maven kicking in from 5th up the rail now to take the lead and moves up along with Oceanic. Maven, Oceanic, they go 1-2. Haunt is 3rd as they head for the far turn. 7 Cents is 4th. The lane off the rail. Bodenheimer 5th to the inside. Into the Sunrise going to be a wide 6th. Turn to side is 7th. High Crime is 8th. Mr. Hustle 9th. Natural Power is 10th. Inhalation a wide 11th. Bullseye Beauty is last of the 12. 21.42 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. It is Maven to the inside. Oceanic draws alongside. Maven and Oceanic. 3 lengths to the good. A quarter mile to go. 7 Cents tries to pick them up. Has to go to the outside 3rd. Haunt is 4th. Into the Sunrise is in 5th. Here comes 7 Cents up to the outside of Oceanic, who's taken the lead from Maven. 7 Cents runs on. High Crime is coming from far back into the final furlong. 7 Cents tries to pick up the chase again to come after Oceanic. High Crime, then Bullseye Beauty from far back. 7 Cents in front. Bullseye Beauty running on. 7 Cents in front. Bullseye Beauty. These two. 7 Cents wins it for Florent Giroux.
The grayson of Golden Sense was in the perfect spot. He was right back behind the 2 horses that set things up, Maven and Oceanic. Maven backs down. Oceanic tries to carry on, but those internal fractions start to catch up with him, and Florent Giroux and 7 Cents is able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, in the end, there was a cavalry charge coming on late. We saw the 5 with a nice closing run, even the 10, but 7 Cents just got the jump on all of those closers with sitting in a perfect position here after the pace collapse, and Florent Giroux guides him to the finish in front. It's close in the end, but it's going to be 8-5 unofficially in the 7th.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 7th race. Number 8, 7 Cents, finished first. Number 5, Bullseye Beauty, was second. Number 7, Oceanic, third. Number 13, High Crime, fourth. 8, 5, 7, 13, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the featured Scartine, the unofficial winner, number 8, 7 Cents, owned by Living the Dream Stables, LLC of Raymond Daniels. The trainer is Brad Cox, the jockey Florent Giroux, and the results are now official. 7 Cents, a 6-year-old gelded son of Golden Sense out of Forever Vow by Broken Vow, bred in Kentucky by FPF, LLC. Keeneland sales grad gets the 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf in 1 minute 1.63 seconds. It is official, 8, 5, 7, 13, the official results for Keeneland's 7th race. Trophy presentation for the featured 7th race, the Scartine, to the connections of 7 Cents. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. The main track is listed fast. Scratch the 9, Alegua. Scratch the 9, Alegua. 9th and final race, no changes.
Race number 8, featuring a maiden special weight group of 3-year-olds here to set up the late daily double. First leg of the late daily double on this Sunday card. We start with the 7-horse, that's Anarchist, for Chris Davis, a colt by Distorted Humor that was well meant on debut. He got a little bit of action. He finished second to a runaway winner in that spot, and I think that this colt will go a long way. That race, I should say, will go a long way for this colt here today as he gets a second opportunity to race. And he's 5-1 right now, so he's live on the board.
He is, and he is a beautiful, beautiful looking horse here. He did debut at that 7/8 distance, and unfortunately, Scott, he just found a really good horse in that race. A Fluid Situation was the winner. He posted a 95 Beyer speed figure for that victory. There was another next out winner in that race, Caminero. The third place finisher came back to win a maiden claiming race, but it was really about the top 2 finishers in the race. They were much better than the rest of the field, and you just get the feeling that this is a really nice horse. He's got the class, he's got the look about him, and I just think he definitely is suited here.
You've got a double-digit price horse right now on top. That's B. Doc, a colt by Gormley for trainer Doug O'Neill. Comes out of the West Coast and went up and down the West Coast from Santa Anita to Golden Gate, Del Mar, visiting the major racetracks out there in California. And we've seen Doug come in with a winner this week so far at Keeneland with a former West Coast-based runner.
I did pick him, Scott, but now looking at these horses in the paddock, especially the 2 and the 7, it kind of appears that this could be a very strong race. With B-Doc, he's going to have to improve to win, but I just thought it was kind of unfortunate that he caught High Connection in that race. That was a Bob Baffert first-time starter. He won by 10 lengths. But overall, it was a good group of horses that he faced last time out. And I just like the fact that he's got the experience, the fitness coming into the 7/8 try.
The 3-horse Kingmaker, blinkers come off him for the first time. He wore them in both of his starts. We'll see if that makes a difference for this colt. He's likely going to be coming from off the pace, one would think, with that removal of blinkers for West Rock Stables.
Yes, exactly. The blinkers coming off here and cutting back in distance. I think they're just going to want to have this horse settle and close into the pace. I mentioned a horse earlier today, and Life is Hard. You'll see that horse in the common running lines in this horse's first race. So those were 2 good groups that he faced in his first 2 races. And again, the blinkers coming off to probably try to make this horse make that one move from off the pace.
The number 2 horse, Exact Estimate, a first-time starter. Here's a son of Into Mischief from the First Dam Magic Union. That makes this colt a half-brother to the graded stakes winner, Tis a Magician. So a nice family here, and the word is that this colt can run.
He looks like it. He's just a very well put-together horse. He has calmed down a little bit, Scott. When I first walked into the paddock, there were a few horses, the 5, the 10. They were making a lot of noises and acting a little bit studdish, and you could see some of these other horses reacting to that. The 2 Exact Estimate was one of them, but he has since calmed down since they brought him into the indoor saddling stall and put the saddle on him. But he's bred to be a good one, and he looks like he's going to be a good one, and he's opening up at short odds as well. Apparently has been working really well here locally.
8-5 is what Exact Estimate sits at. Makes his debut going 7 furlongs. Start of the late daily double. High-level maiden special weight, $100,000 maiden special weight here at Keeneland is coming up next. Race 8.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Haphazard, a maiden special weight for 3-year-olds, going the Beard Course distance of about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 9, Alegua. Again, scratch number 9, Alegua. Post time, 6 minutes.
We come front side to the 3-horse, and there's a look at Kingmaker, who is 9-2, making him the third choice, in the wagering, as the 11 is sitting at 7-2. But kind of like what you're seeing with him warming up in the West Rock Stable Silks with Luis Saez.
Yes, he almost looks like a Trojan horse, doesn't he? He's just very well put together and a beautiful son of Sky Kingdom warming up on the track. I think the blinkers off will help him settle early, Scott.
The number 6 horse is Thought for Farfellow Farms, a Street Sense colt bred by Farfellow, a half-brother to a stakes winner. Good family here. First dam, 6 runners, 6 winners. And Steve Asmus, and you could pick them out of a lineup. They always look so well turned out, braided mane, and that's the case here with Thought with Gerardo Corrales in the saddle.
Yeah, and you mentioned the female family here. You mentioned 6 winners from 6 to race, including that stakes performer. That's rare to see, Scott. You don't really get families like that. So they've been very, very productive. Some have won early. Some have taken a little while to get going. This horse is 19-1, though, so maybe one to consider.
Another one that's a big price, the 8, 20-1. And I thought that this colt for Johnny Ortiz looked really nice with Raylu Gutierrez in the saddle as he came out onto the track.
He's a good-looking horse, but I do wonder if he knows what he's supposed to do yet. He's kind of a big, awkward horse on the track right now, Scott, and when the assistant legged the rider up, or I think it was Johnny, when someone legged the rider up, Raylu Gutierrez, he tried to buck him off there really quickly. He was making a lot of noise in the paddock. I mentioned a few were, the 5, the 8, the 10, and even the 2 were all kind of acting a little studdish here. So you always have to wonder, the looks might be there, but is the mind there yet?
Exact estimate, he came out fine after what you talked about him in the paddock conducting himself, and there you can see how mellow he is right now as he warms up. This is the clocker pick from today at Keeneland this morning. The clocker picks have been spot on this meet, so at 8-5, the expectation's pretty high on this Into Mischief colt.
Yeah, he does look great now, and sometimes it's just getting away from those other horses that are being a bit temperamental and trying to get your mind on the task at hand. I'm very impressed with what I see from him trackside, and like I said, physically, he's just a very well put together horse. Just really quickly, specifically the 7 Anarchist. I did speak to trainer Chris Davis, and he said that this horse was fit first time out. It had nothing to do with the lack of fitness going into his first race at 7 furlongs. He galloped out past the field. It was just unfortunate that he did find that tough horse in fluid situation. He couldn't catch him, but Chris has a couple of nice horses in the barn, but he's very excited about him. And I asked him, are you wondering that if this horse will go 2 turns eventually? He said maybe, but definitely likes him here in this spot. Hopefully he gets a good trip, but a beautiful horse here, Scott.
Less than 2 minutes to post. Race 8, maiden special weight, start of the late double. Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Haphazard. They are at the post. And they're off. Guest speaker went to his knees at the start. He has recovered. He's toward the far outside, toward the center of the pack. Up at the front of the pack, though, here's Kingmaker, and here's B-Doc with early speed. B-Doc and Kingmaker go at it for the top spot. Anarchist is away, running in the 3rd position. She flat 4th on the outside, exact estimate 5th, down toward the inside, and moving up now to challenge for 3rd. And will bring Big Hello with him from in between horses. Big Hello now shifting lanes to the inside, up within 4 lengths of the lead. G-Flat drops back a couple of positions heading to the turn. And then Guest Speaker, who's in the center of the track, and is now in the 6th position, still nearly 5 lengths off the lead. A break of 6 more back to Kentucky Mist, Gullen, who is next to last, and Thought is the trailer after a slow start. 22.88 for the opening quarter, 46.4 seconds for that first half mile. Back up front, B-Doc is the leader, has the lead by 2 lengths around the far turn. Anarchist between horses, Guest Speaker up on the outside. Exact Estimate is looking toward the inside from 4th as they turn for home, but B-Doc is the leader. B. Doc leads it by 3. Guest Speaker is second on the outside, 1/8 of a mile to go here. Exact Estimate third, Anarchist in fourth. B. Doc for Tyler Gaffalione, a widening 7, now 8-length lead at the 16th pole. It is all B. Doc, a most convincing winner. B. Doc takes it. It's going to be a struggle for second. And at the line, it will be Exact Estimate, who comes up the inside to grab second away from Guest Speaker, who was third.
B-Doc ready for this Keeneland debut here today. He spurts away from this group as they turn for home. Nobody coming on as he extends his lead under Tyler Gaffalione.
He was coming out of a tough race at Santa Anita where he faced some pretty decent runners, including High Connection. He comes out of that race, faces this company with race experience and the fitness, and wins by multiple lengths in the end, just putting on an absolute show at 8-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 4, B. Doc, finished first. Number 2, Exact Estimate, second. Number 11, Guest Speaker, third. And number 10, Gullen, was fourth. 4-2-11-10, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the haphazard, the unofficial winner, number 4, B. Doc, owned by Joseph Bessaker and West Point Thoroughbreds of Terry Finley. The trainer, Doug O'Neill. The jockey, Tyler Gaffalione, for his second winner on the card. B. Doc, a 3-year-old son of Gormley, out of Mott and Hester by Super Saver, bred in Kentucky by Small Batch Thoroughbreds and Robert Fetkin. Keeneland sales grad gets the beard course distance of about 7 furlongs in 1 minute 27.05 seconds over the fast main track. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official. 4-2-11-10, the official results. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the haphazard to the connections of B. Doc. Keeneland's ninth and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Firm turf today. No changes in race 9.
Race number 9, the final race on this Sunday card. Second level allowance race, 1 mile and a 16th on the turf course. This is the $1 Toyota Super High 5 race, so keep that in mind. And there's been the buzz about Petrichor here this afternoon, and that is evident in the win wagering right now. 8-5 on this daughter of Frankel from the Dan Silly first dam. This is Juddmonte through and through. And this is a filly that, in my opinion, will improve with the faster ground. Frankel was better on fast ground. Dan Silly's tend to be faster or better on fast ground when they come here to the United States. I think that she takes a step forward here today as she makes her U.S. debut.
It's always tough, though, when you try to compare European form to North American form, even when you compare the running styles from their European form to the firmer going here in North America. So there are so many intangibles, so many unknowns. You do have to follow where the money is going, and the money is telling you that Petrichor is live. And she was competitive against Group 3 company in France at Longchamps. So I would say that that kind of puts her atop the field in terms of class here, Scott.
You didn't say that you liked Amiche. You said, I love Amiche today, the number 10 horse. What do you like so much or love so much about this filly?
What do I love so much? I love the fact that she had to chase a brutally fast pace last time out. So both she and Abscond come out of the same race in the Alstall Memorial. And not only did the winner, She Can't Sing, come back to win a stakes race in her next start, but they just went way too fast. Today, I think she is in a position to set the pace. The dynamics are completely different today.
Abscond eligible for this second level condition as being a non-winners of 3 filly, or mare, I should say. She has done a lot of good for these connections through the years. She's made over $400,000, but it's been a long time since she's visited the winner's circle, but it's also been a long time since she's faced non-stakes company.
Well, I think it's also because of her running style. Look at her race last time out. She closed from off of the pace. To me, I watched the race. She got a good trip, good setup, fast pace to close into, and she still couldn't seal the deal. She is a classy mare. She always shows up, but she doesn't, like you said, find the winner's circle frequently. And in my opinion, Scott, if she couldn't do it last time out, I don't know if she can do it today.
The 4 horse at 12-1, I think worth a look at a price. She's had 6 months off. We've talked about it at length. A lot of these horses, they take the winter off, these grass horses, after the fall turf racing wraps up here in the Midwest, East Coast, and freshen up for the springtime here at Keeneland Racecourse and beyond. And she's a filly that's run well in the past year. She was defeated by Arm Candy, nice filly of Steve Asmussen's back on the 13th of October at the fall meeting. So if she's ready to roll today, don't be shocked if she puts in a big effort at a price.
I kind of feel that she got better later in her season, though, after a couple of races into that season. Her first race back off the shelf, a similar layoff last year. She came back in the beginning of April at Keeneland, and she didn't really perform her best. She came back to consistently improve in her subsequent start. So that would be my only concern is, does Ian just want to get her back to the races and get one into her?
9th and final here at Keeneland Racecourse. $1 Toyota Super High 5 available as a wager here in race 9. Less than 14 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Headley, and allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up, a mile and a 16th over the turf, which is listed firm. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. No changes in this 9th race. Firm turf, temporary rail is down today. Post time in 6 minutes for the 9th race.
Race number 9, they're on the course warming up. Here is a look at the 3-horse Flatter Me Silly for Lothenbach Stables, a filly by Flatter, bred by Buck Pond Farm, Incorporated out of Kentucky. And Neil Pessins, the conditioner of this filly, comes out of that Russian Mafia Post-Nup race, and Post-Nup ran a pretty solid race earlier today on the card.
She's not the biggest filly, but she's definitely very strong. She's got strong hindquarters, and one thing that I noticed from her on the track today was just how sharp she was. She was on her toes and just had really good energy. My problem with her, and that's why I did not pick her in my top 3, Scott, I don't know if she's either a closing sprinter or a 2-turn horse. She's tried both. She's had good races at both distances. Maybe she's kind of an in-betweener. So that was kind of the one reason why I didn't use her, was because I personally kind of thought she was a 1-turn closing sprinter.
Leshara is the number 6 horse for Brian Lynch, Deuce Greathouse, and Flavian Pratt, who's in the saddle currently 6-1 on the board. She's looking to improve second off of a layoff.
You know, with Flavian aboard today, I really think she's going to be more forwardly placed. She found herself a little bit farther off the pace last time out going the mile despite a slow pace. But if you look at her races before, Scott, in fast races going a mile, she wasn't too far off of it. So I think going a mile and a 16th, she'll be able to sit a stalking trip, and I like that trip for her.
Amiche on the outside, clocker pick. There she is, taking in her surroundings. That's a beautiful shot of the 10.
It is, in front of all of the blooming trees. She looks beautiful on track today, and I think she's going to be the pace of the race. I like her, love her. 9-1 on top.
Good luck in the nightcap. This is the 9th and final on this gorgeous Sunday afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Headley. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Urban Fairy Tale, and there goes Forever Dreaming to the front. Lashara has some early speed, and here comes Amiche. Amiche kicks in from the center of the course and moves up fast and clears the inside traffic. Amiche goes to the front, leads it by a length heading into the first turn, gets clear now by a length and a half, and gets over next to the rail to save ground around the turn. Amiche in front. Forever Dreaming is second. Urban Fairy Tale is wrestled back into the third position. Abscond is fourth up on the outside. And then Lashara fifth between horses. Jezebel's Kitten sixth on the outside. Petrichor is seventh for the move up the backstretch. Queen of the Green is eighth. Flatter Me Silly is ninth. Goat to Go is last of the 10. Opening quarter, 23.63 seconds. Miche is the leader. Amiche leads it by just over 2 lengths. Forever Dreaming now closing in a closer second 3/4 of a length to Urban Fairy Tale in third 3/4 of a length. Abscond fourth up on the outside. Lashara, Jezebel's Kitten to her outside. Petrichor 7 lengths off the lead. Flatter Me Silly, Queen of the Green, Goat to Go is at the back. 48.16 seconds the time for the first half mile. Amiche is the leader to the far turn, leads it by a length. Forever Dreaming second a length. Abscond is third on the outside ahead. Urban Fairy Tale fourth back toward the inside. Lashara is fifth. Petrichor still 7 lengths from the lead. Jezebel's Kitten moves by on her outside. Quarter mile to go. Amiche and Forever Dreaming going at it for the lead. Abscond is there. Petrichor is going to run toward the rail with Urban Fairy Tale to her outside, but they're well into the final furlong. Here's Abscond for a narrow lead. Petrichor finds an opening to the inside. Late run from Lashara as well. Forever Dreaming's fighting on. Petrichor up the inside. Abscond is there. Forever Dreaming third. Petrichor trying. Petrichor comes up the inside. What a rally down the stretch to win it for Joel Rosario.
And what a lovely filly Petrichor turns out to be in her U.S. debut. She settled off the pace. She took every cue that Joel Rosario threw at her. And once he asks of her, she pins her ears back and runs through that seam and is able to pick him up and get the victory here. Tough beat for the number 9 horse, Abscond. She ran a giant race, but just ran into a filly that you've got to keep an eye on moving forward. Petrichor, 1 for 1, here stateside for Juddmonte Farms.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth and final race. Number 2, Petrichor, finished first. Number 9, Abscond, was second. Number 3, Flatter Me Silly, was third. Number 5, Forever Dreaming, was fourth. And number 6, Lashara, was fifth. 2-9-3-5-6 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's ninth race official. 2-9-3-5-6, the official results. Official winner of race 9, the Headley. Number 2, Petrichor, owned by Judd Mott of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Bill Mott. 2 wins today for jockey Joel Rosario. Petrichor, 4-year-old filly by Frankel, out of Ruscombe by Dancilli, bred in Great Britain by Juddmont Farms Limited. Mile and a 16th over the firm turf, 1 minute 42.04 seconds. No perfect tickets in the pick 6 at Keeneland today. There is a consolation 5 of 6 and a carryover of $49,485 for Wednesday's program. Late pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Again, a consolation 5 of 6 on the $1 pick 6. That consolation 5 of 6 pays just over $2,300. Carryover $49,485 for Wednesday's program. In the winner's circle, the Headley Trophy presentation to the connections of Petrichor. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races scheduled to occur after that time. Live racing resumes here on Wednesday. We do thank you for joining us for Military Day at Keeneland. For now, for Keeneland, thank you and good evening. $3 Turf Pick 3, 782 the combo, $2,875. We bid you good night.